think?
5:40.
Okay.
Oh, silence phones.
Well, this is fun.
What do you mean? Yeah, there's no audio in the video. Uh, let me jump into mine, make sure. Oh, let's see. Video. Okay.
Hello, good morning. I believe we are live and we are here. I am Laya Liebeseller, and this is the Confluence Crew, Candy and Sin, who will do introductions. Sorry we didn't have audio on the video. We will link it in chat, and that way you all can go listen to it in all of its glory. And I'm sure we'll be putting it out again during one of our breaks, so um, you'll be able to see it if you haven't seen it already. Please let us know if uh, you're not getting audio here now, or if anyone is unbalanced. Um, all right, so I'm actually gonna have to dip for 2 seconds randomly right now at the beginning of this stream, which I'm sorry about. But Candy and Sin, please introduce yourselves.
All right. Sure. I'm Candy. I am the lore QA lead for Confluence, also known as the Lorca. That's gonna catch on. I've been. Oh my goodness. I've been working with Confluence for 3 years, doing lots of writing, lots of playtesting, lots of socials. I do lots of things. You can find me pretty much, well, mainly Blue Sky these days. Candy, Kandi, Janine, Jeanne. If you want to follow, I do also self-publish games and do some work freelance writing for other companies as well.
Hey, I'm Sin. I am also Diwata MNL, mostly on Blue Sky. Fuck Twitter, am I right? So, hey, welcome to the stream. I am one of the mechanics designers for Confluence. I do dabble in some of the art a little bit, and yeah, mostly that. So, hi, hello, welcome to the stream. I'm happy to see all of you here. Excited for this 10-hour stream. 10 hours.
It was originally supposed to be 27, so we are.
Yeah. Not regular streamers anymore. Like, but we wouldn't have been on for all of it, so like I guess.
It's all good. It's all good. It's still
Yeah.
exciting. 10 hours is still
Yes.
exciting.
10
All
hours
right,
is
Laya.
still plenty. All right, hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Liebeseller. You can find me at PlayScholar, basically um on everything. I am also mostly on Blue Sky now. I am gonna hopefully phase out my Twitter. Uh, and I'm hoping to get back on Insta for in a bit. So let's play Dot Scholar. If anyone wants to follow me there. But I am the project lead for Confluence. I've got my hands in basically everything. I've been playtesting the original systems for this since 2017, but it is completely different now with the full team having written it out. Also, both of my co-hosts here are so humble. They also have their hands in every piece of this project. They cannot tell me any different. Um,
Things. Not everything, but I named a few extra things.
you named stuff. You've been basically on every team. I know you've made a couple of mechanics here and there. Like, yes, you
Yeah,
are
yeah.
mostly a writer for settings, but that does not mean that you haven't deeply changed how every aspect of this game works. And same with Sin. Same with Sin.
Aha! I found you on Insta.
Oh, hey.
Since like I didn't know you had an Insta. I'm like, yes, I want to get back into photography, so hopefully maybe that will happen eventually sometime. You can find my work basically nowhere right now. But there will be work.
Change. That would be changed. So, yeah.
Yes. You can see a project in development, findingrelicpunkoddities.com, which is an ARG that I also
I'm
work
so
on
excited
with
about that
Candy.
too.
Yeah, it's very
Huh?
queer.
Yeah.
It's so queer. So if you're into queer shit, go check that out, I guess. Yeah, so we're here to introduce Confluence. The first
I
hour
see Shan and
ish.
Danny. I
Yeah,
see Shan and
Shannon,
Danny.
Well,
Danny,
in chat,
hello.
in chat, we have Ananbi Draws, Shan, which is our lead artist.
Both of you are totally
Totally
welcome to jump in
beautiful
here
art.
right now and say hi if
Yeah.
you want. Um,
And Danny, yep, one of our mechanics and
mechanics
settings.
and settings
Well, and
writer,
settings. Yeah.
and has done
Mhm.
if you all followed the Twitter tales early on in
Yeah.
our journey, Danny was the writer of our Twitter tales. And
Hmm.
yeah, just also Danny with his hands in all the things. um and Shan is our art lead, who has done 95% of all the art that you see. So if you've checked out the playtest materials and you've seen the atlas, that's Shan, baby. Um,
Our wonderful like background. I'm not sure
oh yes, yeah.
which side you'll see, but yeah, our
That
wonderful
is
background.
Shan. Um, Shan and Danny, if you want to drop links to any of your other work, because I know like Shan's just had a comic book drop that
Oh,
they worked
Danny.
on and stuff. Um,
Leon's
Look,
getting a good
listening to
sleep.
Leon snore during our meetings is a joy that I will carry with me for many years to come. Uh, no, yeah, so Confluence is a game. If you haven't heard about it already, it's a TTRPG that is, I've talked about this so many times, and what do I even say about it anymore? Um, you can find it right now on BackerKit. It's Confluence, the Living Archive. And I'll just give the spiel. Confluence Living Archive is a genre-bending TTRPG of fantasy, sci-fi, and horror built to tell collaborative, place-driven stories. Azuria is a world of meeting where strange phenomena called confluxes pull people, objects, and even entire cities across 700,000 years of time and over 40 worlds. And the point is that this is the place where all of the worlds that Seven has ever created merge into one space, as well as all of the things that this team has created for this world themselves. Um, there are 14 eras, and we are in era 9. And in era 9, there is a glitch in the Matrix, you might say, and uh, things just keep getting pulled into this place. Whole like regions of land can get have gotten pulled in historically. Entire cities, whole populations. The sky whales, if you know what those are, were from another world entirely. And every sky whale from that world got pulled into this one, and now Azuria has them forever. Um, so, and the sky whales are what dictates the world calendar. So these confluxes, the things that pull people in, really deeply impact the world. You play as a local, experiencing what it is to live in a place that is constantly changing. You can play a bunch of different types of genres. The base mechanics are built for a variety of themes that you get to mix and match yourself. So we have everything from pirates to cozy farm living to wild city party nights to tending to the blight in uh, the oh my gosh, the
Burgundy.
kudzu the,
Right.
the kudzu plants of Rigomby, which is a town run by um, mostly snail people. Um, and even island
Nail people.
telenovelas and cult mysteries. And we've got a corporate time city that pays for everything in time, where you can elongate your life by spending time there. So, yeah, you can play a ton of different stuff. Why? Because it is a place where lots of different worlds come together. So, it's got to do a bunch of stuff. But that's my spiel. Do
I
either of you want to
mean,
add to this? Is the introduction of Confluence. So what do we want
yeah,
to put
with
out
that
here?
last part of your spiel, we've had a couple of people say that we have done the multiverse correctly,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
So if you like multiverse sort of stuff, things kind of coming together from different worlds, apparently we do it pretty well.
Yeah, I'll drop some links to the reviews. So if you want to see what other people are saying about Confluence, we can drop um,
I got you.
a ton of different stuff which has come out in the last month or so during our crowdfunding project, which we are so honored to have all of the people that have um, put out material. So go check it out, like their stuff. Um, Sin, what is Confluence to you?
Um, cool, rad. Hey, Confluence. Confluence to me is a representative of essentially a lot of creative effort of a good number of people over the past 3 years. It is everybody's. It is a mix of everybody's blood, sweat, and tears in a pot, and it truly is astounding the amount of incredible things that are in this game. You pick a spot in the world of Ajuria, and you will find something interesting. Like we've mentioned sky whales and sky pirates, or not sky pirates, just pirates. But like we mentioned a lot of like other things, right? But there's also a lot of other things in there that we've included, um, in a really cool review of Confluence by Aaron Voigt. They go into what we've done with the Atlas, in terms of like ephemera, where the Atlas itself is written essentially by an organization that seeks to catalog and like kind of just chronicle essentially everything that is in the world, right? Like that's kind of their job. They highlight things here and there about the Motley Coast, about like Delran, and and it's a very kind of like overview type of situation, right? But like as part of our design as well, this team has put together an astounding amount of ephemera that is littered all across the atlas. And that ephemera is represented by things like notes left behind by everybody who has had this book before you, and that can include anything from newspaper clippings to like literally post-it notes, to scribbles on the edges of the page, to doodles, to everything. And all those things are um, they essentially make this world more lived in. It is the, I would say, the secret sauce of Confluence, right? Like where the source material is challenged by the ephemera, and that you as a reader are given a second layer to look at. And I feel like that's something that is really fascinating, and like is also kind of symbolic of the amount of work and the kind of process that we've done with Confluence over the years that we've been working on. Um, People will come together as a team to write this bit, and then another team will review it and like look at it, and then another team will just kind of like, hey, um, put it all together, and it's just this kind of cool layer of work. And I've never been part of a team this big, and it is intimidating, but like it's so cool that we've managed to come together to create such a stunning and profound, almost like kind of world that has bits and parts of all of us in it. It's so cool. Everything just kind of blends together. It's a little overwhelming to take in at first, but that's really just how it is when you're meeting 15 people in a room all at once. And that's is kind of how it feels like sometimes. So like yeah, that's what Confluence is to me. It literally is a confluence of the work of all these people over the past 3 years. And I hope a lot of people see value in that. Like it's more than a gorgeous book, which is one of its like big pluses, right? We have incredible art from our artist Chan, and like it has been laid out beautifully by Chris as well. But beyond that too, it has substance, and I am so excited for people to see that and like dig into it and see the value of Confluence. Yeah, I've been talking people's ears off about Confluence for like for like the
Y'all
better
have.
part of like 2 months. So there's a lot
Same.
brewing in this little noggin about it.
Yeah, no, we were just hanging out um with with someone who you will see us talking to
Yes,
sometime
yes,
soon. I'll leave it
yeah.
secret. But Candy and I were
Please.
talking to them, and we were talking about just how many years we've been talking about Confluence to everyone. We know I kind of like this. Like they were talking about basically like I remember years ago when Candy was talking about Confluence, and yeah, same Zen. I have been talking about Confluence since I first
You're
played it.
longer because yeah.
Um, yeah, no,
Longer.
since I first played it, I've been talking to Seven. So Seven Day Asmund is our owner and publisher. They are great. Please go check out all of their work. They will be talking later this evening about all the other projects that PubGob does, which is so much stuff, and it is mostly just them. So they'll get to talk about all that tonight. Um, but yeah, I have loved it since the minute I played it. The world um, for me, it really captured me as a world. The mechanics did not capture me immediately. It took both sets in 2017 and 2020 were like, these are good, but they've definitely been written by one person. And so I'm really excited to be able to be creating mechanics with people from so many places. I think we have such an international team, and that's really awesome. So we've been talking about this forever. We will continue, I think, talking about it forever. Um, Hopefully, we get to keep working on it for a long, long time.
We've made we've made a lot of stuff. This whole team has created a lot of stuff
Mhm.
for this thing, and
Yeah.
stuff that even like goes beyond what we're currently trying to fund. Right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So, so like funding this gives us a pretty good chance of showing off all of those other things in the
Yeah.
future as well.
And
So
there's some
like,
amazing things coming.
yeah,
I
classic
will
winners.
hopefully be giving like a little sneak peek, or at least talking about some of our future material in the why 55K to fund, because our funding number is pretty high for a lot of the TTRPGs you see out there. So I'll be talking about why is that and how much future material is there actually, because this team has written so much in hopes of producing more in the future. So yeah, so much. There's so much material.
I was so excited about this stream that I actually haven't had dinner yet. I forgot to eat dinner. But
It's
like,
okay. I also didn't have breakfast, so it works out.
The only one that is taking care of himself today.
Yes.
self care.
Yes.
But here,
The
here we are.
Laya of yesterday did not set up the OBS. And so I did have to wake up today to do that instead of eating breakfast. That's
Past
my
Leia was like, that's future Leia's problem, and it
that's
is not really the problem.
future Leia will definitely get out of bed on time because as this team knows, that is one of their strong suits.
Love
Spoilers. I didn't get out of bed on time.
it. I find it so funny because like I sometimes I have like zero sense of when actually Leia wakes up. Like I'll kind of be like, oh, it's around like maybe 10 or 11 p.m. on my end. Maybe I'll message them about something.
Oh yeah, and then
About
I'll
like
answer you from bed in a
exactly.
groggy state of insanity, and half of the time my responses don't even make any sense. This is the science of project leading, people. Just do gibberish and it'll work itself out eventually.
And I'll be like, okay, and then work gets done anyway. You know what I mean?
We're here, aren't we? That's No, I have exactly two states. I am either hyper organized with a welcome packet that has folders and every piece of information you could ever need, and like a whole written thing of all of this, like all of the information of the world distilled into a page and a half of beauty, or I am a 100% gremlin. Am I saying anything that makes sense? Will it matter in an hour? I don't know.
Who knows? Who knows?
And I do feel like that is the state of our entire team sometimes. Um, it's like sometimes we are so on it and so like here and one like just a working machine, and then sometimes we're like, I don't know, stuff's happening, I guess. Um,
I
but that
think that
is,
might also be because we are an international team, and so we kind of work
I
like
guess.
Yeah.
like part of that is because of the different hours and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, and we're
I still
all.
I still keep making the mistake that I keep making the mistake that Shabam is like close to my time. Well,
Yeah,
well, it is, but
like
like
5
he's
hours
not
after
actually that close.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he's closer than he is, but he's not actually that close. So sometimes I'll be, wait, no, I'm wrong.
Well, he's
It's too
not.
early.
He's not 14 hours, which is me and you, Sin. We are 14 hours apart.
It's a lot easier to calculate.
Well,
14.
but
So the
India is
difference.
also at the half hour mark, right? So I
Yeah,
think
yeah, they've
Shabam
got
is
Yes,
that.
now 10 and a half hours before me, after
I
me,
don't know. I don't know.
whatever. Because daylight savings, because we
Daylight
still have
savings.
daylight savings, because fuck daylight savings.
I experienced my
Uh,
first daylight saving.
Ah, yes,
oh
you
yeah,
did.
how
I
was it, Sin? Sin just came back
I
from America,
still
so like,
I
Yeah.
how
still
was
don't
it?
understand. I still don't know what we're saving and why. But
No,
I
America
still
doesn't know
don't
that
get.
either, so you're about right. You're good.
I
yeah,
woke
no.
up strange. Daylight savings happened on the day of my flight, so I was like nervous.
Oh, oh,
I'm like,
that's even.
wait, did my flight also get moved back? I just I
Yeah.
have no
No,
idea.
yeah, that's fair.
So
That's a fair thing.
uh-huh. During the period of time of my flight back home to Manila, my alarm for 7 in the morning rang like 3 times, and I did not understand what was going on in my existence at that point. I was like, why? Why does it keep ringing? How can it be 7 a.m. 3 times within the span of 16 hours? I don't understand.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well, because you're going such
it
a
was
long
so
way. You're
Travel.
going
Yeah, you're
such an
traveling. So
incredibly long way from the Philippines to the US and back again.
it was. It was. It was. Coach was hell. Anyway, hello, Confluence. We're back. It is really fun though getting to like so I was at Big Bad Con and I did talk a lot of people's ears off at Big Bad Con about Confluence, and it is really interesting to see people's reactions about the very like small little things that make people go what about Confluence. Like people still find the mirror in the most bizarre thing ever whenever
yeah,
I
I
bring.
mean, yeah.
Yeah, they're always like, they're what? They have on their tongues? What is happening? And I just, yeah, no, they have humanoid torsos on their tongues, and that's how they communicate. But
Okay.
why don't they just use their normal mouths? And they're like, and they, well, you
Because they're
know,
fish. First of all, okay, so the
they,
Mirren, okay, everyone, the Mirren. They are our. I mean, I would say they are the closest, with the Alfira, um, the closest to like the first peoples of Confluence. So if you understand this time, the breadth of time, every 50,000 years or so, there's a giant cataclysm that shifts one era to the next. Um, like the fall of the gods occurs. Like that is the type of cataclysm we're talking about. Between era 8 and 9, well, I guess between era 7 and 8, the world gets folded in on itself and it becomes an entirely underground world that is just like labyrinths everywhere. This is where we get our Alfira, our little mouse people pop up around this time. And then from era 7 to era 8, or sorry, from era 8 to era 9, the world explodes outwards and people start A, getting pulled in, and also B, coming to the surface. But the surface is mostly water in the beginning before a bunch of land gets pulled in. And so the land raises above that water, essentially. And so the Murn and very likely a bunch of other um, species of people or animals of various kinds are living in that water, and the Murn are one of them. um, and so they've been here since the beginning, at the very least. Whether or not they were pulled in or they are from here is wildly up for debate. It's been 25,000 years. And they are the people that really saved a bunch of the people getting pulled in who could not breathe underwater. So the Murn were the original people who, like, took people to land when they got pulled in to the ocean. But again, 25,000 years is a long time, and people have evolved, including the Murn, and so you get faces and torsos on tongues, and it just gets even, to our standards, even creepier. To the people of Azuria, completely normal and 100% cool. They're like, yeah, that's of course, this is a Mirren person. This is not weird at all. But for us, it's weird. It's a weird thing. They are fish people, and they are great, and I love them. And they're one of these two know this, they're one of my favorite lineages. And I really hope at some point I get to play an underwater adventure in which I get to play a Mirren, because I haven't yet, and I want to.
I mean,
Let's make it happen.
I guess you could, like, even on a not aquatic adventure, you could just have a car that's also your aquarium, right? You could do that.
Yeah, you could make things into sort of like fish bowls.
But we have a whole underwater world, Sin.
Yeah, that's
These
true.
we have.
But if you want to travel like above ground, there should be a way to do that for the
Oh,
Murn.
there's definitely.
You
I'm sure
know.
that there is. We have not explored it,
Yeah.
but we should. We should.
Yes.
You have tiny little hands, right? Like they have
Yeah, they've
weird-
got like little hands.
weird, almost skeletal, tiny looking hands, right? They do look tiny from what I
They're
remember.
like
Yeah, they look like these.
tiny hands, like T-Rex.
I'm trying to imagine what it would be like to drive a car with the muscles that are from my tongue, and it is a very strange.
No, not the tongue. Oh no, they do too. They've got two sets of arms then.
Some of them have two sets of arms.
Some of them.
Not
yes, some
not
of them,
all
that is
Mirren
correct.
have
Not
a
all of
whole human torso. Some just have a face
Yes.
on their tongue. Others.
Yeah. Yeah.
I forgot they had arms though. I thought they only had fins.
They do. They have
Some
art.
of them do. I think some of them, yeah. So it just
Most of our art
mix
have
and match.
Yes. Yeah.
So, well, just from basically judging from that, there are a lot of strange things that you can play most definitely anything that you want in this game, and that's I think something that not a lot of people realize, because it is pretty strange to imagine yourself playing as, I don't know, like one of our snail people, like the Wen, for example. But like truly, if you can imagine it, it can happen. Like quite truly, there are no rules against you playing whatever the hell you want. One of my little favorite recent ones is during our playtests, somebody played a. I think it was a Gen, or is it a Fallen God? I don't know. They look like one of the suit sprites from Spirited Away. Tiny little suit sprite. And our playtester made like art of them, and it had them like going like this, and it was like, fuck! It was so cute. It's just the tiny art of that suit sprite going, fuck! I loved it. So
yeah, I remember that.
you can be anything.
Lord.
Can you play a wholly
question,
can you play a whole underwater game? Girlfriend asks. Yeah. There are lineages. For one, there's lineages that can support wholly underwater games. Saliens, Murn, And we also have a, what's the name of the dome?
The
That's
color dome.
also the color dome. The color dome is an underwater area, and there are also cities underwater
Mhm.
that can support that type of play. So yes, you can play wholly underwater if you want. For us water fiends out there,
One of the
And then
things
there's
that
actually
we
technology to help with that. Yeah, for
yes.
other lineages that can't naturally breathe underwater, there is some technology to help with that as
there's
well.
the bubble,
Hmm.
the air bubble that we
Hmm.
do have art of. We do have
Yeah,
ephemera.
yeah, it's in the
Yes.
it's in the atlas.
I think that is one of the things we are hoping to expand a little bit in this atlas
Hmm.
when we because we're doing an edit.
Yeah.
So if you've done any play testing, we will be doing a pretty massive edit of Motley Coast. It's going to add some stuff, some of which will be from you all. If you have not yet voted on which cities are getting 10 things to do
Let me
in
get the link.
yeah, go get the link. It's on our backer kit page. It's in our community section, and we're going to be expanding some of the cities to include spreads of 10 things to do. Like they're kind of like little pamphlets that you might find if you go to that city. Like if you go to like a welcome center when you like enter, like when you move from one state to another in the United States, you can get like the "What do you do here?" kind of pamphlets. That's kind of what it looks like. But the other thing we're hoping to do is expand particularly the underwater stuff a little bit more. So we do have some things already. We have the Color Dome. Motley Coast City is technically both underwater and above water. It started as a coral reef where the Murin lived, and then the Motley Coast City got built on top. So there is that portion, which we're hoping to expand some more there, so you have more things to do. And then, yeah, I think we said the Color Dome. Also, the islands, the Gravity Isles in particular, has several exclusively underwater flots, um, islands that are not connected to the floor of the ocean, so they float, so they're called flots. Um, Yeah, so we already have some stuff in there. We're hoping to expand it. And in the future, we're hoping to have a wholly just this is just underwater shit atlas as well. If we're able, this is gonna be a while, several years in the future, but but we're hoping to have that too. So that's yes. So to answer your question, a lot. Also, good friend, I think you were here last time for one of our other streams. Thank you for coming to hang out with us. Super awesome to see you
Yeah.
here.
Thank you for supporting us.
Yeah. I don't know, Candy, Sin, what do you want to talk about? What are you feeling in this introduction stream?
So I think one of the things that I want to just talk about, or not one of the things, but just that Confluence is doing several things different than other TTRPGs, and I think that's one of the things that makes us really cool. um, so like one of the things is of course the in-world atlas. There are a few TTRPGs, like one of our inspirations was the let me give you the name. What was the name of that TTRPG? Harry. Huh?
Numenera?
What? No. The in-world book. The Harry
Oh,
the
the
Magician
Bibles?
from, was it Chicago or whatever city? It's
Oh,
TV series.
yes,
Dresden Files.
Dresden.
Dresden Files. Yeah.
The
Dresden,
initial
okay.
Yes.
the
Dresden
initial
Files.
version of the
Love it.
Fate system was the Dresden Files, which
Yeah, I got it.
Danny in chat is the one that got me onto that particular game. But yeah,
Yeah.
um,
So yeah, if you haven't seen, it's an older game. It's I'm probably at least almost 15, 20 years old, but their atlas has a bunch of sort of like little like pieces of ephemera and in-world things, and so that's one of the things that we kind of look to. So there are some games that do it, but I don't think I've seen many do it to the extent that we have, where just like all of our settings material is in-world and can be used. Like everything in those books can be used by players and story leaders. And then, so that's one thing. The other thing is the focus card database. So being able to share the story elements of your game with other tables. So if you've got a really cool like location or NPC that your table has come up with and had some like really good time with, you can actually submit that to our database, which is currently housed in our Discord. If anybody wants to put the link up for that. Um, um, but basically, yeah, you can submit your focuses, and other groups can come in and check them out and say, oh, you know what, this NPC sounds really cool. They've got some really cool mechanics, and I want to pull that into my game. And so you can actually build the world of Confluence together with other tables, and that is not something that I've seen really in TTRPGs, and so I think it's really cool. We've got like some of our reviewers also mentioned it and also thought it was really cool to be able to connect with other tables by sharing some of your story elements. Let's see what else.
I guess I will add, we do a couple things different. Well, we do a couple things that I am very proud of. So there
Mm-hmm.
are, like, just as a team. So one of them is open source material. It's
Mm-hmm.
not done yet, but as we move forward, we will have a wiki that has our entire game up, and with open source. That'll be open source for you to use, um, for building your own stuff within Confluence. So we will also have, um, what is that contract called? It's a usability contract essentially that says yes, you can take this material here and you can make your own stuff and you can publish it. Um, so it'll be there for everyone to use for their own stuff. And then also for on our team, we own everything that we make. So when it comes to mechanics, when it comes to writing, there are some things that are owned and housed by Publishing Goblin itself, because Seven created a lot of this stuff on their own. But anything that we add, anything that we create, is ours to take and use in our own other publishing, in our other stuff. So I really appreciate that in terms of like just one of the things that I really love about this team is the amount that we think about and talk about the ethics of the things that we're doing, both in our writing, and the things that we are publishing, but also in the way that we treat each other, in the way that we treat our product, in the way that we attempt to um, both work and subvert capitalism, as work within and subvert capitalism as much as we can. We are all very queer and very alt, and that comes out in a lot of those policies, which some of which come directly from Seven, some of which come from various times at which the team has existed. And a lot of which has just been conversations between everyone and what we want as a team. And I think um, those things are not things that every team member gets a say in all of the time. I think in a lot of teams, and I think that that's one of the things that I've really enjoyed about working with this team in particular. Not only that I have a space to be able to have these conversations that Seven has provided, but also team members that are willing to have those conversations and really say, if we want to be different, what does that mean? What does that look like? And how do we move forward that way? So, anyway, thoughts of the day. We got about 5 more minutes here, so what do we want to say before we go?
Back us. Hi.
Yeah, if
Like,
you haven't already,
back us. We are getting pretty close to 49K. So that's super exciting. We are at 48,710, and yeah, just like it would afford us a lot of I guess like peace of mind if we manage to fund this very soon. But at the same time, it would mean so much to us, and we're chugging along, but it would be so cool if we chugged along a little faster. Um, yeah,
yeah, we've got some stretch goals we're trying to hit. We've
yeah,
got some
exactly,
really
exactly.
cool
There's so
dice
much,
that we would love to add to this project.
uh
So we're
there's so
fast and
much we want
fun.
to do.
Sorry, I'm
and
marking stuff.
we hope that like you see that like this is such a cool project and that you want to back it. So head on over to the page and like back it. And there's so many options. Also, like by the way, this doesn't get told enough, but this 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 project actually has a regional bundle for those of us who exist outside of the centers of our design, outside of like what are the places outside that are excluded from this regional bundle.
Region.
Uh,
U.S. Oh, okay. U.S., Canada, and then the EU, like UK.
yeah, there you go. So for all of those living outside of those spaces, Um, uh, we have a regional bundle, which we should link in a little bit. Where is it? I know I linked it. I should have a link of it at somewhere in my. But yeah, there's a regional bundle, which means we those of us who are not within the places that were said just a minute ago can purchase it for much cheaper, more equitable means for us. Basically, at like 50% off or so.
More. It's
So
so it's
more,
$18
right?
USD. Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, like not a lot of projects do that, and it's so cool that
Yeah,
Confluence
for the
does that.
PDF bundle.
Yeah, for the
Yeah, for the
PDF. Yes.
Yeah.
yeah. So yeah, support us.
Looks like for our special stuff too, if you want any of the physical material, we do have
Is
one more Touched Atlas bundle. Um, we
yes,
have
yes.
12 more all in touched Atlas bundles. And touching means one of our team members will take the book and will add stuff to it. We'll add focuses, we'll add notes from other characters, we will potentially add art, doodles, more information. It will be a deeply changed Atlas that you will get in your hands. Um, where who will take it up is likely a little bit where will be based on where you are. Like what is the closest person to you is very likely to be the person that will um, alter your atlas. We have, I think, 40 total touched atlases. One that's just the touched bundle, and then one that is the atlas bundle, and one that is the all in. So 20 of each of those, but we only have one of the Touched Atlas bundle left and 12 of the all-in Touched Atlas. We also have one more of the Get Pulled into Azuria bundle, which will allow you to add a piece of ephemera to our atlas. And then three more of the all-in Get Pulled into Azuria, which does the same thing, except you get the all-in bundle and you get to do that. If you're not into the game, please go check out our lore bundle. It comes with Sujata's Guide and the Atlas at a cheaper price, so you don't necessarily have those rules. Or we will be, I believe, selling just the PDFs of some of our books too, of the mechanics books later. I don't know if that's actually true. I'm saying it out loud. But if you got the lore bundle and you want the PDFs of the mechanics, that might be possible in the future.
Oh wait, did we? Hold on, I might have
Um, and
done
then if you
something.
just like, if you don't have enough money to actually buy our stuff, but you want to give, we do have a Goblin's Thanks that starts at $5. You can just give $5. You can also change the amount of the Goblin's Thanks after you have actually pledged at that tier. Or if you're like, you know what, I just want some of the add-ons, a Goblin's Thanks is a really great one to do as well, because you can get the Goblin's Thanks and then you can get like the pins and stuff, or the postcards if you just want some of the art. Um, that also works that way. So yeah, that's all the stuff. Um, please go back us. Please share our stuff. We didn't actually share our own socials for publishing Goblin. So, we do. You can find us at Confluence RPG on Blue Sky and PubGob Games on Twitter, and Insta is Publishing Goblin. We do not have a single handle because that was a choice, but here we are. So yeah, so please go at us, share stuff. We really we want this to be seen by as many people as possible, and if you were on that train with us, that's social media right now is one of the best ways we can do it. As a final out here, does anyone want to say anything on the way out?
Actually, real quick in chat, yes, we are on Blue Sky. Again, we'll have to see if we can work on getting one unified for the most part.
Let's get this funded
Across all of
and
our
see
socials.
if how much we get to
Across all
do
of
in
our
the future.
socials.
We'll move on.
Yeah,
Probably it'll
yeah.
be, yeah.
All right, but that's all. We've got a bunch of stuff that we'll be saying today, so
Yeah, there's so much.
so,
There's gonna be so much today.
yeah.
All right. Also, just for anyone in the United States or watching what's going on in the United States right now, I just want to say take care of yourselves. We're here to have fun today and to bring joy and to say, you know what, actually, we're just going to have a good time right now. But that doesn't mean that the world is not a stressy mess. So I just wanted to acknowledge that and say thank you very much for coming to join us. And, um, we are here to chill with for as long as you want. So if you need something to do for a while, we're here for a while. All right, so up next is going to be Sebastian Yu, who's going to be talking about what it takes to design a design guide. They have been the person doing our design guide. So when this all comes out, we will have a So You Want to Build a Guide, a zine that has a bunch of tools for you to actually be able to make your own stuff. If you want to make your own facet, if you want to make your own, well, you'll make your own focuses anyway. But if you want to get really intricate with it, there will be stuff in there on focuses. There'll be stuff on there for intense NPCs and area traits and a bunch of other stuff. So, really looking forward to seeing that in action, and they'll be talking about the internal design guide that they made for us already. So yeah, that'll be a good time. So go hang out with Sebastian. We're gonna be gone for 5-7 minutes while I get the next scene with Sebastian up and going, and we've got a full day. If you want the rundown of the full schedule, which I am going to talk real slow while I get that up. So Sebastian is next. Then we're going to have an interview with Dan Muñoz from Alchemy RPG, because if you didn't know, we're gonna have a VTT. It's gonna be on Alchemy. So Dan is gonna come talk to us about that. Really excited. Me and Sin are gonna do a walkthrough of Calibration. We're going to have an interview with Kayla Dice from Rat Wave Game House, who is producing Transgender Deathmatch 2 right now, which is a very fun game. If you have not checked it out, highly recommend. We'll link all that stuff during that interview. I'll be doing stuff on why the 55K funding goal. After that, Seven will be coming in to talk about the other worlds of Publishing Goblin. Then we're going to have an interview with Fatebound and their designers, who, if you didn't know, we're doing a cross collab with them. It's a tarot-based horror game where you play militarized witch students that are learning to be witches, but also military members. So we're doing a crossover with them, and that'll be super fun. So they'll talk about what Fatebound is, and then we'll talk about the fates of those who dream. Which is the adventure we are doing together. And then Candy and Jabam will be coming in to do pronunciation and the history of Motley Coast. And then, as a final, we'll have an hour of just hanging out with all of us. Basically this, what we did right now, but again later. All right, thank you all for coming to this first segment. We'll be back in a little while. See y'all later. Okay, well, I guess I'll do it then. Hi, everybody. As you can see, I am not Sebastian Yu, even though it says I'm Sebastian Yu. I'm not Sebastian Yu. It is Leia. How are you? What's going on? I think that Sebastian must be having some technical difficulties or some other things going on. So I am now here to talk about design guide stuff. I'm gonna go make sure that we are good on stream. Looking like we are. So hi. If you're not here for the introduction, I am Leia Liebeseller. I am the project lead of um, Confluence, this beautiful game, TTRPG, about the connection of many worlds, the super queer game where you go about the world attempting to figure out who you are and where you fit in. So we are. Thank you for letting me know that we are good to go. Hopefully my audio is good. If it's not, let me know. We'll definitely figure it out. Um, all right. I'm gonna actually get this up so I can see the design guide. I'm just going to have our internal design guide up for you all today, written by Sebastian, who is an amazing editor and designer. They are mostly an editor for us, but they also do some writing. Our quick start adventure, which will be coming out hopefully here in the next few days, um, was written by Kiana and Sebastian together, and they also wrote this amazing internal Confluence RPG design guide, which we will be using to actually produce so you want to build it. So basically, we'll be taking all of these things that Sebastian has already written, and we'll be making them for you. Um, I was not planning to do this stream, so I do not have a guide to what I am doing. So if you all have any questions about any of our tools, I am here to answer them. I can start talking about our mechanics and what they do and how you might build them. And I think that's probably the best I'm going to be able to do right now. So, yeah, if Sebastian gets here, we will move over to the break page and I will get their stuff up. Um, and yeah, we'll be able to do that. So, anyway, the design of Confluence. As some of you know already, if you've been playtesting, we have a lot of tools, maybe too many, which is one of the things that we will be talking about as we go into our next editing cycle. We're going to be doing one more really major edit based on the beta 1.0 and beta 1.5 playtest. If you didn't know, beta 1.5 playtest is happening right now, and you can still playtest the game by joining our Discord and filling out the registration link. I will not be able to get those things for you right now, but if anyone listening wants to go grab those links and post them, please do. You register, and what you will get for registering and then play testing the game and filling out our questionnaires is a free copy of the PDF once we are published. So that is pretty rad, and also gives us a ton of data. So we'll be using that data to do one more major overhaul of everything. We have started to go through the beta 1.0 stuff this summer. We did a massive update to our focuses, and we will be doing a lot of stuff to our scene role in particular, and to some of our facets, as well as to palette words and attempting to get more mechanics into focuses. So one of the things that we have right now are focuses that are very narratively driven, and we want more of those dice mechanics, those numbers, a little bit more of the crunchy bits into our focuses. So we'll be doing that as well. So if you didn't know, our game is based off of several different systems. We can talk first about dice. So, maybe you have questions though, so I'm gonna come over here. Please hold and look to see what is going on in our chat. I have two monitors, but um, oh yeah, why make a design guide? Sin, I can definitely talk about that. So, um, why make a design guide? First of all, the internal design guide is really important for your internal team. We had an initial design guide because we want our settings folks, the people who are not there to actually make the mechanics, to be able to make their own mechanics. So if they have a really cool idea for a focus, if they have a really cool idea for a facet, they can take this internal design guide and they can make that thing. They don't need a mechanics designer to come in and do that for them. They can just say, yeah, I want to do this, and then do it. Now, of course, they can still consult the mechanics designers. They can still say, hey, I'm not comfortable necessarily designing this. I want you to do it. But now our entire team can make mechanics, and that is super duper important. Um, as for why make the So You Want to Build It zine, we want you to be able to make these tools. So one of the things that we talked about in the introduction is the fact that we will have open source mechanics and an open source world for the most part. So that means you can take Confluence and you can make your own stories and you can make your own adventures, not just for um, your your own table, but also for other people to buy into. So um, one of the things that the So You Want to Build It does is it says, hey, designers, here's a thing for you. But also, if you're sitting at your table and you're like, wow, there are like 30 facets or something, all ranging from sword fighting to sneaking to some of our anomalies, which are our magics and text. But I really want to make a character that which ones do we not have right now? Like we don't have a fishing mechanic. I want to make a character whose whole thing is just they are a fisherman, right? That's their whole thing. So I want to make a facet for that by myself. Facets are pretty intricate. And so having the So You Want to Build a guide allows you as the player to make more mechanics within the style of um, of Confluence itself. We're all homebrewers. I guess not everyone. A lot of people are homebrewers, and this just hopefully gives you some tools to actually do that homebrew. Um, yeah, okay, so mechanics. So we have technically three different types of dice going on. It's a d6 based system, um, but you also kind of get to choose your own mechanics. So let's talk about that. Our first two are the quick roll and the scene roll. These are both d6 based only. The quick roll is I don't really have anything on my sheet that says I can do this thing, but I want to do it anyway. Luck of the dice. What does it say? Do you do it? Do you not do it? And even more than that, when you roll a quick roll, you get to decide who actually has control of the narrative. So if you roll a 6, you get to say, yes, I did this thing and here's how. Or you get to say, I know I rolled a 6, but like there's no reason I should be able to do this thing. So actually I failed and here's why. Now, most people, when they roll a quick roll, are just like, yeah, I did the thing. That is so great. But it does open up for more types of storytelling. If you roll lower, there are different ways that the narrative is taken control by the story leader or by the player as you move through that 1 to 6 variation. And then the scene roll is a little bit different. This one is also going to be one that probably changes between now and when we actually release. But as of right now, one player at the table takes control of the scene and they roll 1 to 3 dice against the SL, who will roll also 1 to 3 dice by building two separate pools, the player pool and the difficulty pool. The player pool is the one that says, here are all the things working for me. I have a facet or an attribute that helps me in this situation. I have an ally that is going to boost my confidence somehow. I am really familiar with the type of terrain that we're on. So I'm going to roll 3 dice for those 3 things. And the SL says, well, you have a wound, so that's going against you. So we're going to put a dice down for that. There is an enemy who is also very skilled, so we're going to put a dice down for that. And also, maybe I'm trying to think of a third one. This should be easy. And also, there's a trait on a focus that is working against you in this instance. And then you both roll your dice at the same time, and the player takes their dice and they pair them against the other. So they say, well, I'm really good at this terrain. I rolled a 6. I'm going to pair that against the focus trait that was rolling against me. So those 2 things now like I won that, and here's how. So like I'm really good in this terrain. This trait was working against me, but I maneuvered well on this terrain, so that actually that negated that. It didn't matter, and here's how I succeeded using that. You pair up each one of your dice. You decide as an individual player and as a table what those different dice mean, what beats in this scene they represent, how each of the dice benefited you and detrimented you. And then you can just say, okay, so that was the scene, this is how it went, or you can role play through that scene using those beats. So here are the different ways that these things, like as we're actually role playing, I'm going to bring in the fact that I'm really good at this terrain into what I'm saying as I role play. I'm going to um, have some witty repartee with this enemy NPC who is here fighting me. Um, and here are the ways that they beat me, and so I'm going to use those as we have this witty repartee. Um, so it depends on how you want to play at the table, how you use the scene roll, but those are 2 different ways. And then you have your facets, which are where the players get to really pick and choose what types of mechanics they want to engage. Different facets are based on like I am a botanist. I am a merchant. I'm really good at sneaking. I'm a sword fighter, or I am good with guns, or projectile weapons of some kind or another. Um, or I am really good at social roles. Like I'm really good at schmoozing with a particular group of people, or I am trying to think of our other ones. Oh, I'm a wayfarer. I can find my way. I can I can find my way as I travel. There are lots of different facets. I think we have something like 30 going into this particular one, and these are all based on like what do we expect people to be using in Motley Coast mostly. So as we move forward, we'll add more facets. Um, kind of based on that, on the material itself. What are we expecting people to use more of in this space? Okay, let's add those. It also goes for our magics. I think we have 5 or 6 anomalies, which are magics, technologies, and things that are just like a part of your body. So like we're talking magic, we're like talking smoke magic, where you make smoke to do various things. Technology is our exosuits, so you have a suit that you wear that um like either is a mobility aid or augments you in some way or another. And then also something like jelly blooded, which is very natural for goblins. They are born with blood that is made of jelly that feeds a symbiote, a moss, fungus, mushroom, that kind of stuff, on their body, and that's a part of who they are. You can also learn to be jelly blooded. Anyone can be jelly blooded, but goblins are born that way. Um, And so those are kind of like the three types of anomalies we have. I think we have seven or eight of those. And this, as we move from region to region, will add more anomalies, um, with a grand total of probably 100 by the end of it. um, am I able to leak facets that I'm most excited about for later? Oh man. Woo. Yes. Okay. So we will probably talk about this maybe a little bit in the Fatebound interview much later this evening. In that particular adventure, which we'll be doing with so Fatebound and Confluence will be doing a adventure together that combines our worlds, called The Fates of Those Who Dream. And in The Fates of Those Who Dream, we are bringing in the Dream from Confluence, which actually comes from a future region called Agni. And there are these people called Walkers in Dream. Um, and Walkers in Dream use often use a facet called glyph striding, which is an anomaly, which basically allows them to maneuver the dream differently than other people. And I am really excited. I'm really excited for everything in Agni, if I'm so real. But the dream and glyph striding is very, very cool, and you'll be able to get just a little glimpse into what Agni is through the fates of those who dream to see some of our future material. So that is pretty rad. I'm really excited for the eventual tarot facet. We are talking about a lot of different stuff for that, to the point that we're like, well, we'll make a tarot deck and we'll make a huge like fold out map facet that has rules for every single tarot card, and we'll just stick that in the tarot deck. So you buy the tarot deck and you get the facet along with it, which would be really rad. That's not guaranteed. We're still talking about how we want to do that. Seven has said that they want um, a like similar to Wizards of D&D facet, which would literally be like a whole tome of spells. It would require so much. So that would also be very fun. A lot of our stuff will just fit into our books in a similar way um, to what we have now in the catalog of lists, and some of them will have to be outside because they're so big. They're so big. But yeah, so those are some of the things that I would be really um really excited for in the future, assuming we get to do them. Um, which facet has changed the most? That's so hard because all of them have changed so much. Like so much. Like I don't think a single outside of companion, I don't, which has not changed almost at all. I don't think there's a single facet that hasn't had a total internal overhaul. But I think the one that I've seen the most of is Divinity, because I love that one so much, so I pay the most attention to it. But I know that engineering got several major overhauls from Sin. Um, Botany also had several major overhauls. Our combat system, which will get another overhaul here, also has changed so massively um, with each iteration. Yeah, I don't know if there's a facet that hasn't done it. Also, hello Rain, welcome to the stream. I'm doing an impromptu design guide stream um, right now. But yeah. So, any other questions right now that we got going on? Oh yeah, no. Ponder literally botany and engineering. If there are two things that I was like of the public the material that we are publishing right now that I'm like, what are signature Sin mechanics? Engineering and botany, definitely. They've had their hands so deep in both of those. Um, and they're both amazing. Yeah, I can tell you about my favorite calling, probably. What callings do we even have in this book anymore? My brain. Pardon me while I just go open a different document right now. To make sure I don't get our callings wrong. Yeah, okay. So callings, we've got the Merchant, the Motley Crew, the Pirate, the Traveler, the Rainbow Reed Harvester, and the Project C 1019 Researcher. So if you don't know what a calling is, it's basically um, so it's technically two things. One, it is an attribute. So we have four different types of attributes. Calling is one of them. It's basically what are you called to do? It is not required that you actually that you take a calling, but you can, and you can take your own that has nothing to do with any of these, um, you know, at all. Like you could be a priest of the thousand, and that could be a calling that we do not have in the book for you. But if you want to choose one of these, callings are um, basically like as we lay them out here. Callings are quick starts. Essentially, they give you, you know what? I can actually just go to it. So, like for the merchant, for instance, it has a little bit about what merchants are in Azuria and in the Motley Coast. And then it has some like where do you want to be from? If you're a merchant from Motley Coast City, you're gonna know a lot about what it means to trade in favors, because Motley Coast economy is entirely traded in favors. It doesn't have money. Um, it has favors and also bartering and trading. So you can barter and trade for one item for another, or you can say, hey, can you give me that orange? I will do a favor for you later. Like, I will go help you pick oranges later if you give me this orange now. Um, or you might be a member of the trade network that is there, and then it also gives you some suggested facets and specialties so that you can just pick those up. You can say, hey, I don't want to think too much. I don't want to go through all 30 facets while I'm trying to make my character. What should I do? You tell me. If you that is your mentality, calling is where it's at. Or if you don't have time, you're just doing a one shot, picking up a calling and then picking up some specialties and going with it. Totally rad. Um, to use these. So these will go through what type of facets you should take and also what types of specialties you could take. And then there are a few different types of merchants. So favor merchant, as I said, probably from Motley Coast City. You could be a food vendor. You can be an informant, so buying and trading in information, um, or a fence. Also, it's a good one. So you're fencing stolen merchandise. Depends on what kind of game you're playing and who you are as a person. We also have the Motley Crew, which are kind of the naval cops of Motley Coast, mostly in Motley Coast City, but also across Motley Coast generally. Um, we have the pirates, which are mostly based in the pirate city of Delrun, but also across the seas. The traveler, which is someone who travels a lot, basically. Rainbow Reed Harvester, you're probably from Rigganby and where the rainbow reed grows, which is all across the river that is right next to Rigganby. And so your job is to harvest rainbow reeds. And Project C 1019 researcher, there is a location in Motley Coast called Project C 1019. It is a LL or Chell base. I would forget which lineage is doing the research there, but is basically um, researching the stuff going on in Motley Coast from a very heavily scientific point of view. Um, and yeah, I know, Sin. I can barely remember writing this too. I'm like, yeah, this happened. We did this. Me and you and Danny and Akma and Vidi, we wrote all of this material. But it feels like 10 million years ago. Yes, okay, thank you, Danny. It is Chell, who run Project C 1019. But yeah, so that's I guess what's my favorite? Probably the merchant, but that's because I was a huge proponent of the favor system in Motley Coast City. I love it so much. I really enjoy creating economic systems that are different than the one that we have here and now, to imagine other ways of existing. Um, and that doesn't mean there's not corruption and weird shit going on in Motley Coast City, but it is, as much as it can be, not capitalism, and that that was really important to me. So playing a group of merchants in Motley Coast City, also a dream here for that. Um, the Rainbow Reed Harvesters are also just so wholesome. I like, yeah, that one also very fun and good for me. Um, and yeah, Ponder Delrun is so much fun. Delrun is our pirate city, and Delrun is just a mess, and it's great. Love it a lot. Here for that. But yeah, as you can see, these are all of our facets. We have a lot of them. There are so many, um, and there will be so many more in the future. But yeah, internal design guide. What have we got going on? It's got everything in here. We've got area traits. We've got adding rules from other games, which if you did not know, you can in fact add rules from other games into this. One of the reasons that we have facets to begin with, which some of them do work on a D6 system, some of them work on other types of die systems, some of them work on journaling and significantly more narrative-based mechanics. Some of them run on focuses basically alone. Uh, and also you can bring in rules from other games for those facets, or just as things that you want to utilize in your game because it makes more sense for the game that you're playing. We highly recommend you bringing in other rule systems, and Confluence should support that pretty easily for you to just be able to kind of port in some other stuff for you to use. So, like, if you really like the advantage system in D&D, you can bring that in. There's this game called Rewind that was made by um, a good friend of my roommate, and there's a city yet to come where time just keeps looping over and over and over again, and I would really love to bring in some of the rewind rules for playing that, for instance, because I love it so much. Tell us about what area traits are. Okay, Sin. Sin over here feeding me questions. I love it. So area traits, we have a lot. So as we said, this is a location and place driven game, right? So we have a lot of location based rules. One of them are area traits. So areas in the atlas are generally like cities, or particular locations. I think that the Road of the Thousand Shrines also has area traits. So like not all of them are like singular cities, but they are, most of them are. And area traits basically are traits that are mechanical in nature that give you tools to use while you're in that area. So, for instance, you might have an area that is like a really closed off for some reason. Like this town of people is just like really insular. Um, and you are outsiders, so you might have an area trait that gives you a relationship mechanic, um, that is like how much do the people of this town actually like you. That could be an area trait. You could have one that is like the favor slips, and the economy of Motley Coast. That can be an area trait. You can have one that's just like this place is really fucking dangerous, so when you get a wound it hurts you a lot while you're in this area. Um, area traits are generally very small. They're easy to use, and they give more mechanical flavor to that space. Um, yes, Ponder, I would say that. I would indeed. Um, I really like the way that actually Sebastian has talked about this, which is area traits are signposts for players in the SL, pointing to interactive ways to explore Azuria, create area traits that are related to local factions, festivals, and the environment. Um, yeah, that is awesome and exactly what it means. Um, no, area traits are really cool and definitely one of the ways for both players and the SL to bring in the place that they're at. Um, Obviously we have callings. Callings are fairly easy to make. They, are some sentences about what uh the calling is and how it functions within Azuria, and then um also like what facets should be in there. This is a great tool for any SLs that want to like pre-make characters for players but don't want to like make the entire character for players, right? So like you can make callings that fit with your game if there aren't any in our rules. Um, that's a really great way to bring people into whatever story you are telling at the table. We also have some stuff on ephemera. I forgot we put this in here. So ephemera is all the little things in the atlas that are additions to the base material. So these are little notes from characters. These are the focuses that we put in there. These are the pieces of art and doodles that weren't in kind of the original Ikari archive material. These are the edits that people have made to that material. These are the other added mechanics. We added themes and area traits in there. There are other types of ephemera too, but that's the base of it. We also have like event tickets. Ah, yeah, there we go. Current events. So like things like newspapers, newspaper clippings, event tickets, and things that might be story hooks for you are also in there. Again, if you have not gone to vote for our 10 things to do in poll, you should go do that. Basically, what we have going on right now is a series of achievements that happen at every set of 25 backers. So we had one for 500, one for 525. We're shooting for our next one at 550. At every 25 backers, we'll be adding a 10 things to do in spread to a bunch of our locations. You get to decide which locations we're actually doing, or at least the order in which those things are happening. So, I think we have 7 or 8 different places in there, and we'll start with whichever one is at the top of the list. And if we get enough backers, technically, we could go all the way. We could have all of them on there. But if we don't make it to every single achievement for all 7 or 8 of those places, the ones that will get done are the ones that you vote on. So go vote on that, and also back us. Pretty please. So that's also ephemera. That'll add more story hooks and things for you to do in each of those places. There's still plenty to do in each of those places, but that's definitely a way for us to expand. Thank you for posting 10 things to do in. You will have to be logged into BackerKit in order for that link to get you directly to that pool, just so you know. As seen here, we typically have 200 to 300 pieces of ephemera in every region. Um, I think some of our the later regions that are not posted yet have more than that even. But there are so many pieces of ephemera um, throughout our atlas. And here are some, if you wanted to know what they look like, here are some pieces of ephemera. We've got hiring posters, we've got the 10 laws of Delrun, we have a facet with some art here, um, and stuff like that. Then, of course, facets. We have a lot of facets, um, but having the design for those facets allows you to make your own facets or to alter the facets that we have. So if you're like, I want to be a botanist, but I don't really give a shit about journaling, I want to know how many new species I find every place that I go. And so you can change your facets or add specialties that will allow you to do different things with those facets if you want something different from the facets that you have. Yeah, Ponder, the ephemera really is some of my very favorite one of my very favorite pieces of Confluence. My own work has been very ephemera based as of late, and so yeah, it's definitely definitely a good time. And if you haven't seen our ephemera yet, you can again join our Discord, and you can see all of our playtesting material just by joining our Discord. But you can also register for the playtest currently happening, Beta 1.5, which will be going through December. So you still are through January, through the beginning of January. I think we're ending January 5th or January 7th. I can't remember. But you still have time to get in and do some playtesting if you want to, or just look at the cool material. It's also fine. So the facets will go through how to build them, how to alter them when we put out the So You Want to Build It guide. The facets is a huge long thing because it also goes through specialties, which we also will have stuff for you to make, which is probably what you'll be making anyway. Flux generators. We never talk about flux generators, which kills me. It kills me that we never talk about flux generators. So right now we only have one, which I think is probably one of the reasons we don't talk about it very much. But every region will have a flux generator, and we will also have kind of a general flux generator that'll have a lot more options. But the world of Confluence is based on confluxes. These are the phenomena, the anomaly that pulls things in to the world. That's what we call it. When something gets pulled, it is a conflux. So you can take random shit from a whole lot of places, either other eras or other worlds entirely, including our own. So, for instance, in a game, one of the playtests I did, the GM brought in cats from the movie Cats, like the live action movie Cats. And that was one of our confluxes. So you can also bring in a whole bunch of random stuff. But in order to support bringing confluxes into your game, we have these things called flux generators that just allow you to roll and find out what thing got pulled in right now. Um, and again, we only have one. We'll have one for each region, and then one bigger one for general pulls. And also, you can make your own. So, as a GM, if you're like, this is, or as an SL, if this is like the flavor you want, these are the themes you want to bring on, you can create your own flux generators that will allow you to create a random table of stuff that could just get pulled into your game at any time, anytime you roll. Um, yeah, I love flux generators. I love confluxes, just generally. They're so great. Use them in your game. We have so few people using confluxes in their games. Um, focuses, everyone will probably create, alter, and use focuses in your game. Focuses are a core piece of our story. There are story elements in your game. These are your NPCs, your locations, your events, your goals, um, your random mechanics that you want to bring in. Those are all focuses, and you will have a lot of them at your table, probably. These are all the things that matter to your game, that matter to have them mechanized, um, and so we will have that. How to make them in the So You Want to Build a guide, but we will also have a lot in our base material about how to add and alter focuses. Um, so that it's there at your fingertips. You don't need another book necessarily for it, but we will also have it in the So You Want to Build It um, too. So yeah, themes and palettes. Story themes are another one of our kind of place location driven stuff. Every single place has themes already made for you, but you as a group also create your own themes. What do we want out of this game? Who do we want to be um, as a team? What types of things can enter into our game at any time? So when you choose themes, you can pull on them to bring in various focuses. You can pull on them to justify various actions that you take. You can pull on them for various consequences you give or receive. Basically, themes help you decide what is possible in this game. And then when you alter themes or add a theme that's like drastically different than the others, it allows you to bring in some really other like wild stuff that you might not have thought of if you did not have that theme there. Palette words are the same. I'm going to be so real with you. Palette words are probably leaving the game, so I'm not going to talk about them today just because I don't think they're going to be here. Wounds are coming soon. As you can see here, we do not have wounds in our internal Confluence RPG design guide because we keep changing them. We keep changing them so much, but the basics of wounds are that anything can be wounded. A place can be wounded, a focus can be wounded, a person can be wounded, the group can be wounded, your relationships can be wounded, anything can be wounded. Your attributes, your specialties, your facets, area traits, focuses, focus traits, um, technically even themes probably could be wounded. Anything can be wounded. And the way that it works is that you take a wound, it gives you a consequence of some type, a limitation. So this might just be, if you want it simple, to say, I don't have access to this specialty right now, I can no longer use it because it is wounded. Or you can do something different. You can say, this is how my specialty is changing because it's wounded. Here are the detriments I am taking because it's wounded. And then also, in order to clear that wound, what is the process of clearing that wound? What does it look like? How does it change you as a person once you're wounded? It doesn't have to. You can go really simply and say, hey, once I've cleared it, I rested for a day, and now my ankle that I broke, it or that I sprained is better, and now I can use this specialty again, and you can just call it a day. Or you can have wounds that are significantly more in depth, that are um, that really change your character, or change your relationship with someone, or change the place that you're in from now and in the time to come. So, like, if you and your friend have a fight, you can wound your relationship. If, there's a chemical spill that can wound a place, and an area trait can be added, or an area trait can be changed in order to reflect that. If you have an event, let's say like, so for like, I'll take a real world, and maybe hopefully this isn't super insensitive, but if we take like the Boston Marathon, there was a bombing at the Boston Marathon several years ago now, and if the Boston Marathon was one of our focuses, that deeply wounded this event, and it deeply wounded this event for a long time. It's something that we culturally talk about in America a lot, and so would remain on that focus of the Boston Marathon because it is still present. So even if it gets cleared, even if it is healed, that doesn't mean it hasn't changed this event for many, many, many years to come. So you can do something like that. Um, that can even be like a plot hook. Like, you could have an event that was hurt, and like, what are you as your party with your community doing to heal that or clear that wound on that event? Could in itself be an entire session, or even mini campaign. So, yeah, anything can be wounded. I love it, but wounds are definitely changing again before the end of it all. And that is our design guide. I've got about 10 minutes before I move on. So am gonna. What's next? What is our next thing? I don't actually know. Is it alchemy? I think it's alchemy. Let me bring up my schedule. Double check. All right. Yeah. So next, yeah, we have our interview with Dan Muñoz from Alchemy RPG. If you didn't know, we have a VTT coming for Confluence on Alchemy. We're going to be a content universe over there. Dan is going to come in and talk about what is Alchemy RPG and how are we actually putting our world in there and what is that going to look like? So come hang out for probably 9 or 10 minutes from now. We'll start about a half an hour of that, and then we're going to launch into our walkthrough of calibration, a first session guide with Sin Posadas. I do believe it's just going to be me and Sin hanging out, and I'm going to make a character, and we're gonna decide where this little adventure is going to go, and it's going to be fun. I'm really excited for that. I will be the host also for the interview with Dan Muñoz, so you're just going to get me for several more hours. I'm also going to be the host for the Kayla Dice and also for my section, why A55 K funding goal. So it's just going to be me doing this thing for 4 more hours. uh, with a bunch of other really cool people. So anyway, that's what we got. I will talk to you all very soon. Um, with Dan Munoz. All right. Go back us if you haven't. And if you have, share it with your friends. Go do the thing. We do have quite a few of our interesting little pledge levels left. So we have both get pulled into Confluence. I believe at both our normal Atlas and also our all in, and I think we should still have one more of the touched um, physical bundle and 12 more of the all in. Although the last touch bundle might, but last touched physical bundle might be gone already. I don't know. I'd have to go look. But it will change my screen, and I don't want to do that on screen, so I'm not going to. But yeah, all right. I will talk to you all in like 7 minutes. I'll be back with Dan Munoz. See y'all later. Thank you for joining me. Oh, Hello. Oh, okay. Oh, oh no. Hold on. Hello, everyone. I am back again. It is me, Leia, who you have seen for the last 2 hours, with Dan Muñoz from Alchemy RPG, here to talk about what Alchemy RPG is as a VTT and how Confluence is going to become a content universe, which is super duper exciting. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us today, Dan. If you want to give us a just an introduction, that'd be great.
Yeah, absolutely. Everybody, hi. My name is Dan Muñoz, he, him pronouns. And I am the content producer over here at Alchemy RPG. I do everything from like tutorial videos to creating game guides for people to learn how to play games. I also do a lot of the social media aspect of Alchemy. We're a very small team, so I take on a lot of hats within the company, but essentially kind of like the forward-facing individual who comes out and does things like this and really talk with the community, show people what alchemy is all about, what is possible within alchemy, because a lot of people when they hear alchemy or hear about alchemy, it's a learning experience for people to jump into a new VTT. And we try to make that transition a lot easier for people. And that's kind of my job, is to make that transition into a new VTT as easy as possible.
That sounds like an awesome job.
It's a dream.
Dreams.
It's a dream job. It is a dream job. I am not gonna blow smoke. This is the coolest job I could have ever wanted or asked for. So I'm very lucky in that respect.
Awesome. Well, we are here to talk all about alchemy generally. So, what is alchemy? Can you give us the rundown of what this tool is that you and your company have produced?
Yeah, absolutely. So a lot of people like to put us in the box of virtual tabletop (VTT), very similar to Foundry, Roll20, and things like that. But we like to kind of give more of an obscure definition of what that means, because we don't necessarily follow along suit with tons of different aspects you would find on those other platforms where they run a lot of tactical combat, or they have like little boards with miniatures and stuff like that, and they really just concentrate on the rules, and they concentrate on things that can be construed as like tactical, right? Things that you are doing that might be like, oh, I'm 2 feet away from this guy, so this action can do this action.
Right.
Basically, what Alchemy RPG is a virtual tabletop at its core. We allow you to roll dice. We give you all the rules. We give you character sheets. There are different ways you can manipulate actions in our system that allow you to create, like, sound effects, visual aspects. But the biggest thing that I would say Alchemy RPG is basically, it is a tool that you can use within your TTRPGs to make your games more immersive for your players.
All right. Um, Rad. I mean, okay, so I'm gonna be so real. I have not used alchemy a ton, which you would think that I would have with the number of games that I played, but I haven't. But everything I have seen so far has really made me um really excited for Confluence to be there. So you kind of already answered this question, but if there's any other things that you want to like expound on about like what
Yeah.
makes Alchemy different than other VTTs, um, if there's anything you want to go in more detail about, otherwise we can
Yeah,
go on to the
yeah,
next question.
totally. No, no, that's great. Alchemy, I think the thing that really sets us apart is that we focus in on that immersion aspect. We focus in on creating the world in front of you and allowing the tech to kind of run a little bit of your imagination for you. So you have less to do in terms of your players having to just pop an image in their head of what they might be expecting in the scene, or what they might be expecting in the world that you're giving them. But instead, you can literally just give them instances of like, hey, we're in this scene. Look at this beautiful background. There's trees moving. You can see that there's wind. It's almost like, giving those aspects of what it feels like to like walk outside. What are the things you see? What are the things you feel? What are the things you hear? All those aspects go into each one of our little scenes that we push you into, that kind of thing. It's more along the lines of an immersion a thing that pushes immersion into the game that you're playing. But it again, like I said, at its core is a VTT. So even though it's doing all those things that allow you to put, music and motion graphics, and sound and sound effects and stuff like that over all the different aspects of it, it also still has things like character sheets, rolling rules, and it gives you like if for instance like got brought onto the platform, you have your universe that you mentioned, and that in and itself is basically like having a book right in front of you. You have a digital library of books, that you can basically either study, make notes in. It's a really great world building tool as well as a place to play your games.
I mean, I think that's one of the things that we are always really looking for in VTTs, especially after COVID, when
Mm.
like well, especially since COVID, when we had to move online and you were lacking this kind of physical experience, the more one of the things that I had to work really hard on when I was first starting to like bring people into digital games was that like how do we get people immersed in this space when we are not physically sitting at the table together? So the more tools we have for that, the better, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that I like to think is this is like the closest you will get to playing at an actual tabletop versus like instead of video gamifying it where it's like literally a virtual tabletop. There's like
Right,
some
yeah.
that have like the new D&D one that's coming out has like literal miniatures that you move around a 3D space and stuff like that. This one to me feels most like having that close connection at a table. Um, but I would think one of the things that we also implement that I didn't really touch on just yet, is that we also offer what's called streamer mode, and we basically give people the opportunity to share their games out very easily, with minimal setup in terms of getting started and like putting your games out there on the internet. You can play with your friends. We have video, audio, all that stuff integrated within the system, and we are the only system, at least that I know, that has a streamer targeted platform where we literally do have a button here that says streamer mode, as you can see on the screen. And we have all these different options where you can change cameras, you can move the cameras around on the screen, um, you can shift scenes, you can move the maps around, and all of it is separate from like the GM's view. So if, for instance, you're running the game, the people watching the game don't see what you're doing and manipulating behind the scenes. They don't see your pop-up NPCs where you have to read their stats or anything like that. What they see is that the actual play screen, essentially, where you can play your game and everything like that, and you show the audience what they need to see. Really cool
I
stuff.
did not realize you had that tool, and that is awesome. That's actually really, really neat. Once we get Confluence up there, that's definitely gonna be something I use in the future.
Yep.
All right, so the next question on our list is you have a lot of different universes on Alchemy. One of the things that I understand that you do is you take worlds created by a whole bunch of people and you put them into the various content universes, all within the same app, so people can play various types of games on Alchemy. But how is a content universe actually made? Like, how do you port that in? What does that look like?
No, that's a great question. So, a lot of people, a lot of times, whenever they go to a VTT, they look for the game that they play, right? They look
Right.
for, XYZ. And a lot of times, third-party games or games that are not made by major developers aren't necessarily supported by the platform. So either they will just say, "Okay, well, we're out of here," or they'll use the like janky tools that a platform might have to help create, a semi-form formulated universe or game that you can play on their
Right.
platform. Alchemy has taken it an extra step. And what we are doing is we are allowing people to basically build their own games within Alchemy. So if you have an idea for a game and you wanted to bring it to life inside of a virtual tabletop instead of, writing it down on a piece of paper and sharing it with your friends, you can come into Alchemy and create the game itself. And you can have custom dice rolls. You can have custom rule sets. You can have custom character sheets to literally match whatever you want. And let's get into that. So
Yeah.
we're going to go back over to our homepage here, and we'll go over to our universes on the left, and we're going to create our own. So we'll go ahead and create a universe, and we're going to say it's going to be a custom system for now. Of course, this will be Confluence if once it gets brought. So this game system where we drop down will say Confluence, so you can pick that. But for now, we'll say Confluence. We'll say custom system, Confluence. And you can upload a background visual too to basically, I hope you can't see everything that's on screen, but we're good. Okay. Let's see. So we have it all uploaded. So basically what this does is that creates a little thumbnail for you. And here you go. So we are now in a custom universe that is created just for Confluence. Okay. And what we would do is we would start by either creating articles, which would be like chapters of your book. So articles could be considered chapters, right? You would then write whatever you'd like in these areas where you put your information for whatever you want. We accept Markdown within this area, so you can add things like pictures, links, um, breadcrumbs to lead to other sections of the platform and everything like that. And this right here is really where like the meat and potatoes comes in, where you can share your content with people. So like your entire book essentially can be chaptered out here as articles. Now going back here, you can add an image to all of these. You can make them look as pretty as you want. You can have them display as different ways, like you can grid these areas versus have that out. You can insert dividers to help section out, like maybe this is the introduction, maybe these are the characters, maybe this is where the game rules are and stuff like that, and make it easier for people to really digest the information. But what's really cool is you can do things like place NPCs in your game. You can make pre-made characters, add handouts, items, actions, scenes, and assets within your universe. So Confluence, if it comes to once it comes to the platform, the things like artwork, maybe music, maybe whatever you want, whatever the makers of Confluence want to give us as like things to toss into your game, you can place them in this little assets folder, and people can download them and use them within their game whenever they want. So it doesn't have to necessarily be tied to something from the book. You can have a character art, or you can have a handout and be completely custom made that you've made using the artwork from the book, which is really neat because you can make it look more official and or feel like more, I guess, more in world than having to pull something out homebrew style. But one of the things that or I guess two of the things that we do here, I'll show off for a custom universe is we have what's called our content universe, and that's what you see here. And then we have our system universe. And really quick, before we move on to that real quick, I did want to mention, you can also have multiple books within this universe. So for instance, you have Confluence here, but maybe Confluence has another book that they're issuing, or maybe that they have, or maybe they have like a player focused section. So this one could be more along the storyteller section, and then this one could be more of the player section. And you can allow and share the player section to them without sharing too much about the story or too much information about what's going on, and then have them have access to just that player focused one. So, but other than that, the really neat thing is, again, it's all about customization. Sure, it's great. This is a great database. It's like a notepad for everything that you need about your book. But really what it comes down to is functionality. And what Alchemy does is allows you to basically create whatever you want when it comes down to functionality. So we're going to go ahead and go over to the system portion of this. And this is where it gets wild. So we have sheet, dice, theme, game, and settings. Right now, game and settings are still in the works. Again, like I said, I didn't say it before, but Alchemy is very, very much still a very new platform in terms of I don't know how to say it. Basically, VTTs in general, because like those have been around for years, and especially like booming during the COVID outbreak and all that stuff. but we've only been around for just over a year, about a year and a half, in terms of
I didn't realize that,
yes.
Dan. I thought that you would. I am really. Wow. I thought you all had been here for a
So
lot longer, given how much content you have.
so our
That's wild.
Kickstarter, yeah, our Kickstarter to get us into version 1, so we're not even in version 1 yet. Our Kickstarter to get us into version 1 was July of last year.
What?
Um
That's wild.
so
Wow.
yeah, so we've been able to push out a lot of stuff, which is really great, especially considering we have a tiny team, a tiny team. But we are chugging along. We're doing all the things we can to make sure that we are, making sure that these games are what you want to see on a VTT. And if they're not, hey, guess what? Make your own. Like literally.
Yeah,
So here we
absolutely.
go. So game and settings, again, like I said, still in the works, but we have things like theme, right? So here you can see you can change the accent color, the light accent color. You can change the glyph symbol of the central icon at the bottom of the screen. Before, if you were watching, it said 5e because it just defaults to Dungeons and Dragons 5e if you don't put anything in.
Okay.
But you can change that, so you can have that icon be something that is important to Confluence. Uh, you can have a header or a footer that goes on top of your character sheets, so you can make them look very unique. Modal backgrounds, opacity. Look at all these options. So you have basically complete. You can change the font, like the entire font of the thing. So it makes it, again, like I said, as unique as possible to you and your game that you want to bring onto the platform. So we have all this stuff ready to go, and this is all user facing too. This is not just something that we do for like our first party, influencers or whatever, our first party publishers and stuff like that. We allow you as a random player, even if you wanted to come in and just make a game as a player, you can come in and do this yourself. So you have this, not to mention you also have dice that you can add to the game. You can add as many sided dice as you want. You can make it a d6, a d4, d20, d100, whatever you want. And then you can also, on top of that, add images to the sides of the dice. So you can literally customize the look of the die, not just the functionality of the die. And then,
That's awesome.
secondly, you can attach multiple functions to a single die. So it's not literally like rolling a die on the table, you can have things attached to it. So if it connects to, let's say, an attribute, so like you roll a die and you want it to coincide with your character's intelligence or whatever, you can have it connect to that intelligence. So when it rolls the die, it'll then connect to that intelligence and do the math for you and just do everything in one go. You don't have to just like roll the die and then look at your character sheet and figure it out. We have that all, kind of figured out for you. And then the biggest thing is character sheets. You can make your own character sheets within the game. So adding a player character sheet or an NPC character sheet, you can see that you have the ability. So right here, this it's just kind of blank. You have the ability to drag and drop a character sheet however you wish it to look. If you want it to say like uh, character stuff. You could say character stuff. If you wanted it to have, let's say, input boxes for people to input information, you can have things like uh, put name here, something like that. Oop, that's not how you spell put. Then you could say this drop down menu that you can see here, you can give it different options, maybe red, white, and blue. USA, USA. So you can have all these options. You can add images. You can have, let's see here. Let's go back. You can have images. You can have things that, when selected, actually adds more information. So, for instance, if I said this dropdown has red, white, and blue, I can also have a block that is pretty similar where it has those options. But when you select red, you get information about red. Um, and by doing that, I of course select sub custom. There we go. And now you can see it places the information for you. So you can build out character sheets to your liking. These are completely modular. You can place whatever, wherever, essentially. And you can even do where it says smart blocks. Those are the things that are attached to your actions, stuff like dice rolling and everything like that. So you can place things like maybe a block of attributes that you want. Maybe you have several attributes that you have here, you know, strength, agility, int, wisdom. Sorry, I'm boring. Those are the same. Those are like, you know, the most common ones. But you can
Absolutely.
see that they get filled in. They do all the things. You can place the numbers there however you wish. We even just recently implemented step dice, so we're doing step dice stuff where you can instead of a numerical value being attached to an attribute, it's an actual die. So it's like, hey, my strength is a D8 and my intelligence is a D12. And you can have, you know, all those aspects again, like I said, connect to a sheet. You can have these look however you wish. That image that you see at the top, you could change it. This little image that you see in the middle of your icon, if you don't have an image there, you can change it. This little alchemy symbol at the bottom, you can change that. All of the stuff you can see in here is completely customizable, making this probably, if not the most, um, I guess, beneficial platform for anybody that wants to, one, test out their game, and two, create a game from scratch without having to go through all the learning to code, learning to or hiring somebody to create things for you. You can do it yourself. Again, like I said, it's pretty self-explanatory in terms of the different drag and drop aspects that we have to it, but it really is a very easy tool to get into and just start messing with it. Just start getting in there and trying things out. And this allows us to create universes like Confluence. And this is one of the things where we would bounce back and forth to you to say, like, hey, how's this? What do you think? You know, design wise, where would you want to go with it? Blah, blah, blah. And we can really communicate and create a universe for you and for your players.
That's awesome. I am That was a phenomenal walkthrough. I think there was one question from the audience that should be, I
Mm-hmm.
think, pretty quick to answer here, which
Sure.
is from Gufrin, who says, "I imagine that one will be able to share those custom books or dice or images with other tables as well. One of the things that we have as a part of our stuff is a focus deck or a focus database that allows you to share focuses with other tables in our Discord. And I think that Gufrin's asking if, like, if I make stuff for my table, will other tables be able to see that, or is it just kind of like the information that we as the Confluence team kind of provide out there?"
So there are two aspects to how we handle custom material in Alchemy. We have the official content, which is basically like, here are all the official rules. Here are all the official images. Here's all the official art and everything like that. Everything official, and we kind of you know, put that on a pedestal. This is
Right.
untouchable. This is how it's supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to look, but we allow you to then take that and make whatever you want from that. So basically, let's say, for instance, you can see that I have a, let's see, what do I have here? So we have the Call of Cthulhu, which is, sorry, I know bringing up another game is kind of taboo, but just to show
No,
you
you're
how it
fine.
works. Basically, you have Call of Cthulhu right here, and this is the Call of Cthulhu universe. This is everything that is in the book per se, like, you know, word for word.
Right.
NPCs, pre-mades, and everything like that. But what if I want to make my own stuff? What if I want to make my own NPCs? What if I want to make my own rules? What if I want to do pre-mades and stuff like that? You can still do that. What you would do is, like I was saying before, when we were creating our own universe, you would be able to select Confluence. What that does is that activates and tells our system that you want Confluence to be the ground level, base level rule set that you're working under,
Right.
right? So that way, whenever I say, let's say, for instance, open up a Call of Cthulhu one, it is using the Call of Cthulhu base rule set and everything like that. So it would open up, for instance, the official Confluence sheets. So
Sure.
the ones that we make, they would then have access to those sheets and they can make their own characters, they can make their own pre-mades and stuff like that. They also have the ability to then start creating their own um, like articles, handouts, rule sets. Differing on like whatever it might be for a player versus another, maybe a possible second GM, whatever they might have access to. They still have all the stuff that you would have in the original universe, but this time it's kind of like a blank slate. So instead of having all the Confluence stuff there, this is your custom stuff. This is your custom thing. And how would that be activated, or how are you able to make that happen in a game? Well, simply whenever you join a game, let's see, is this the Confluence one? Should be. Yep. Whenever you join a game, you have the option of activating content within your universe. So whenever you start a game and you select Confluence as the game that you want to play, again, pulling in the core rules within Confluence, pulling in the character sheets, the pre-mades, and everything like that has to do with Confluence. But I want my custom stuff in there too.
Right.
So basically, if I want my homebrew stuff in there, what I'll do is I'll go to Edit Game, I'll go to Content, and now I have access to everything on Alchemy. And I can go to my custom universe that I created, right? My custom Confluence universe that we made together, activate that. And by doing so, that brings in every article, that brings in every character, that brings in all scenes and all that good stuff that we created into this game. And if need be, if for instance you're like, oh, I forgot what my my custom material was, you can go to this little search bar at the top, this little magnifying glass, and you can find which universe you've activated, and you can search within that universe, and I can find an article that I've created. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So obviously we haven't input anything into our universe yet, but if we had, you can search whatever you'd like within this area. And so it's like, oh, okay, so now I know what I'm talking about. I got my article that I need. I can read from it. I could put story aspects into it. I can even, let's say, for instance, I don't use Confluence here, and I just look up an article that is activated here. Oop, that's not how you spell it. So let's say I pull, let's say I want to know what brewer supplies do in your game or whatever. You can either view it and you can find out what that item does for you specifically, or you can put it in the journal. And by placing it in the journal, you can see that everybody now has access to it. They can all click onto this thing and they can bring that up. So if you want your players to reference something quickly, boom, share it to the journal, and they all have access to it immediately. And they're like, oh, okay, that's what that thing does. You can use articles for like things like information like conditions, or basically just a big information guide or an index to kind of make it easier for your players to understand and know what's going on.
Well, Dan, we are out of time already, which is wild.
Sorry, I could talk. I could talk forever. I am so sorry
no,
that
no,
I
you're
just
fine.
like bogarted the whole thing.
No, that's exactly what we wanted you here for, was to talk about this and to be excited about it. There's something really special about listening to someone who works for a company that's actually genuinely excited about being with that company and with this product. And so thank you so much for joining us today. It means a lot. If you want to go back Confluence, we've got links in the chat. And if you do, you will be getting a free pass for Alchemy once it's out for the Confluence content universe as a part of your package. So yeah, go back it. Get on it right now. And
do it.
Dan, if you want to give a little introduction, what projects should we be looking out for Alchemy, like on Alchemy, that are coming out soon that you just want to highlight? And where can they follow you or Alchemy and the projects they're doing?
Yeah. We are Alchemy RPG. You can find us at alchemyrpg.com. We are doing a lot of renovations to again try to address the fact that we're really new, but we are trying to push into the world of like, hey, we're out here, we're doing the thing, and we're making a VTC that you can use to really customize your own games. And you can see that we just recently released Vampire the Masquerade. which was a big win for us, which is awesome. We love the fact that people are really enjoying it. Big shout out to World of Darkness there because they really put in the hours to help us to push that title forward. And then we just started the beta release of two systems. One, City of Mist, and the second is Call of Cthulhu, which you saw on the stream earlier. But we are pushing for all of the spooky games, and it is tis the season, as they say.
It is.
And we're trying to get those bigger titles out so that the masses can enjoy. And again, like I said, third parties at any time can come in, create their own stuff. It is free to use Alchemy. You can go in there, make your own custom universe. While in under a free account, you can make one custom universe. Means that you have access to creating your own game, your own character sheets, your own everything. You also have access to running and playing in up to 3 games at the same exact time, and creating 3 separate characters. So we have a free tier, but then we have a paid tier, which is literally unlimited, and you could just do everything I was doing. Um, but we don't have any paywalls. Essentially, basically, you can do a free account can do everything a paid account can do, except that we can, as a paid user, you can just do more. So if you're really in it to kind of make homebrew, or if you're really in it to run multiple games and stuff like that, that's where we really say like, hey, you should pick up a paid account because then you won't have anything holding you back. Um, Myself, you can find me online under Nat One Fun, NAT the number one FUN. And you'll find me everywhere, literally just Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, um, everywhere. Just look up Nat One Fun and you'll find me.
All right, well, Dan, thank you so much for joining us today. Again, this was an awesome conversation. Every single time I have looked into Alchemy, I've just been like, I can't wait to use this. So, really looking forward to this partnership. But it does require us to be funded. So, one more time, on this break between this interview and our walkthrough of calibration and character creation in Confluence, go back us if you haven't yet. Um, Thank you so much. Have a great day. I'm going to take us on to break. It will be a little bit longer of a break, folks, just because I gotta go get something to eat real fast. So,
Yeah, I feel that.
um, Dan, I hope that everything with your day goes well. And thank you all for watching. We'll be back. transition. Hello, I am back yet again. It is me. I won't be here all day. Candy will be taking over eventually. um, but hi, I am Liebeseller. I am the project lead of Confluence, and we are on to our next segment, which is a walkthrough of Calibration, a first session guide with Sin Posadas, who is here with me, and Ponderkind. I did it again. Um, and Ponderkind, who is a streamer and is going to be doing a stream of Confluence on the 14th. So really super looking forward to that. I'm going to pass it over to them, and they're going to do their introductions. And also go back our stuff if you haven't yet. Go do it. Get on it. Let's go. All right. Sin, what's up?
Hey, I said hello earlier during the intro, but hi, my name is Sin. I am one of the mechanics writers of Confluence, and we are here to do a calibration. Joining me are Leia and Ponder. Would you guys like to introduce yourselves? Ponder, it's your turn because Leia already.
Oh, me?
Yes,
Oh,
yes.
okay. I know how to do this, I swear. Hi,
Super
everybody. I'm,
and somebody's rating the channel.
yeah. Hi, everybody. Hi, I'm Ponderkind. I'm a variety streamer from the Philippines. And I'm really happy to be here, dude. Calibration with Sin and Leia is going to be super fun. And I'm just a big fan of Confluence. I've been here since like the beta, right? And I've played it a bunch. And I'm hungry for more.
So, just like a quick thing, Ponder here is one of my close personal friends, and also, Ponder did play beta for us,
Mhm.
and has also been promoting Confluence on his streams for the better part of like a month now. It has been a month.
Yeah.
What is time? And
What
if
is
you
that?
if you go to twitch.tv/wonderkind, you will find like redeems whenever he streams of like you making him extremely big on the stream on the stream or incredibly small, and then like a thing will pop up. But you will not be able to experience that here except on his stream. Yeah. So Wonder, I'd like you to talk a little bit about the character that you made during your playtest during back then, just to see like
Oh, the
what
playtest.
you can create in a game like Confluence.
Okay. So my initial character concept was a character named Gabriella Grier, and she's an Alfira whose main thing is that she wants to explore the world, not just because of adventure, but because she wants to taste everything that the world can offer. So she's super into anything culinary, and she keeps track of it all in a big old tome that's just almost as big as her. And the funny thing about her, because she's tiny, right? She comes from a long family line of mercenaries, actually. So she's like the odd one out. Her parents are like muscle for hire for all sorts of people, but she's the type to be like, no, I wanna do my own thing, And we all just went on all sorts of crazy adventures where initially I was more just like the pacifist type character that um was more focused on like, ooh, but like what kind of food can we find there though? But eventually as the stakes grew and the fate of the world began to hang in the balance, Gabriella realized that just sitting in the sidelines and providing support might not be enough anymore. So, picking up the mantle of her mercenary lineage, and also through training from her friends who are more combat oriented, she eventually learned how to fight back. And her big, thick book that started as just like a regular old uh, manual on like what places are good to eat at also ended up having like a taser function because Confluence is crazy and I love it.
Hell yeah. Leia, can you tell me about a favorite character that you've created across the many playtests you've run? for
Oh my
Confluence.
gosh, but I've had so many.
I know exactly.
Let's
So
see.
you're the perfect like test for things. Yeah.
I had an evil bartender and a revolutionary Alfira, and that one was really fun. Sin ran that in Crop Circle Junction. We played a bunch of sibling Alfira who were like, our mom died because she got worked to death, so now we're gonna go.
We will rebel
We
through
will create a rebellion, and that was a game all about creating a song that would inspire
rally
people
the
to
people.
revolution, and that was really, really, really cool. Um, and I mean, Small I talk about all the time. That is my fallen god who purports to be the fallen god of good sleep and goes around raiding different inns across Azuria, and then also the ones that he likes he gives a favor of
I mean,
good
small.
sleep.
I talk about all.
Oh, why am I getting feedback?
Sorry, that was on my. I opened the Confluence backer kit page. My bad.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. Okay. So yeah, the small in ratings will actually be something we put out. I We haven't yet, um, but we will. It's gonna happen. We have all the art for it. Um, let's see, who else do I love?
Brad.
Oh, Brad! Jeez,
Brad.
Brad! If you haven't yet, please go listen to the Queer RPG um
Podcast
podcast
episode.
review of Confluence, because they talk about Brad there, and I'm so glad that someone else got something out of Brad. You know, I don't play the himbo very often, but I do love it, and so I am very happy that Brad was able to bring some joy. But okay, so Brad was in a game that Viditia Valetti ran, and that was with Takma and Danny and me, and we
Team Extreme.
Team Extreme. We were a band of extreme sports um, streamers who were in a van, and we went around doing extreme sports. And Danny played a water buffalo Bonnie David, and I played a mortal Brad, and I think that Takuma played a Chell tinkerer in that one, if I remember correctly. But anyway, so we went around doing extreme sports and also tending to our garden in our van. um, oh gosh, yeah. No, I mean, and so many. There have been so many. You should tell us about Min though.
Oh
Min.
yeah, right. So Min is actually a character I have not played, but like just kind of bloomed into existence because of
Did you not?
me. Like,
Hold on. Did you
no,
not
I
play
haven't.
Min?
I have
Okay,
not played Min.
wait, hold on.
Min
Who
has
did you
not been
play? Who did you play in our
Ansel.
Spice World food truck?
Ansel.
Okay.
No. Min. That was not Min. That was like another incredibly insane Alfira who thought that like
I really
there were people
thought
after them.
I really thought that Min and the character of Spice World food truck were the same person this whole time.
No, that was somebody else entirely. I think that was like Ethel or something like that. Anyway, but Min just kind of bloomed into existence. Min is also an Elfira. I love Elfira. They're so cute. But Min is a conspiracy theorist Elfira person character that like just kind of came out of the idea that because Ajuria is so strange and because Confluence is so bizarre, there has to be somebody putting conspiracy theories together, right? Like there has to be. So Min runs a blog right now. Min runs a blog and like they write all of their like conspiracies in it, like why the gravity isles are the way that they are, why Hyen eat color, why etc etc, like all of that stuff. And they're just a delight. um yeah, and I've also created a very tragic fallen god that I know some of y'all queers love, that kind of shit. um, and yeah, it's been fun. So that being said, um, you truly can create anything in Confluence, and we are here to make some characters and to put them all in a group and see what kind of imaginary campaign we can kind of put together. So calibration, just to give like a bit of a precursor, is a session zero walkthrough. What does that mean? So this is when we come together to create not only our characters but our group. We come together to establish our bonds with each other, our bonds with NPCs, our bonds with the world around us. This is when we come together to decide where in the Motley Coast we are going to have our game or have our campaign, and what sorts of themes we're going to have, what sorts of facets we're going to play, what sorts of focuses we're going to bring onto the table. So yeah, that's calibration. We're going to do it step by step. Um, Most calibration sessions take about like maybe 2 3 hours. Maybe we've had others report more, and it's very much your mileage may vary. We are going to be showing off the calibration travel guide magazine, lovingly laid out and illustrated by laid out by Chris and illustrated by Shan. And at the very beginning of this calibration, we do have a checklist. So very easily, we have like divided our checklist into one, two, three, four parts, which we can kind of go by these things and kind of like check them off as we want. So we have our setting, we have themes, area, palette words. I ran this very quickly during Big Bad Con, and people picked it up so fast. So hopefully we can kind of do this sort of quick build situation as well. So let's yeah, well, let's go over the checklist. So for setting, we will be selecting three themes for area, one area, and then palette words, which are we're gonna do it for old time's sake, even though palette words are kind of out the door, sorta. We'll explain more eventually, if ever, but yeah. And then for characters, this is when we actually build the characters. Our concepts, like character concepts, attributes, 1 to 4 attributes, 1 to 3 facets, 3 to 5 specialties. Um, we'll explain more about like what it means to what if you only want one facet, how many specialties should you have, what if you want 2 facets, how many specialties should you have, etc. We'll do that as it goes. And then safety tools, because consent is important, and because we have to know each other's boundaries and your lines and your veils and etc. Very important. And then, of course, we have our group sheet, which is our relationships with each other, our relationships with NPCs, our relationships with the world around us, and also group traits, which is um, like one of the interesting things that we have is actually you as a group can share facets. Like you as a group are all say botanists, or are all you all have the physicality attribute of like I don't know, like being, or like the physicality facet, because you're all like bodybuilders or something like that. Like that's also a thing that you can be, right? It really truly depends on what your group concept also kind of is. So we're also gonna go into that, right? And then group attributes, which again, like it's a shared thing. You all can have like a group calling, for example, like all of you want to be master chefs, right? That can be a thing too. But yeah, we'll go into it step by step. And yeah, so the calibration guide opens with prepare to explore and experience the best of Ajuria with incredible art. And so yeah, let's scroll over. Let's build our table. So here, welcome to Confluence and the world of Ajuria. Confluence has two hearts, the setting and the collaborative gameplay experience. Both of these elements were designed to bring you into our setting and experience Ajuria through the eyes of people who live there. In a world that is always changing, these hearts create opportunities for your table to explore any mix of genres and themes. Calibration is where you define what parts of a area you want to explore together. Cool. So we don't have to go into this part so much today because we're just kind of building our characters and whatnot. And our two builders for today already have experience with calibration and have experience with the Atlas. So we have the benefit of not having to go too deep into this today. Um, we'll go into it as we choose our area, as we choose our themes and whatnot. So as we said, yeah, like calibration is the session zero walkthrough. Ideally, you will have the atlas next to you and the Sujatas journal, um, and then the other books and dice and etc. Let's see. Let's move to starting area. So before we decide what area, let's talk about themes. Let's talk about what you two, what kind of themes you two are excited to explore. I know that Ponder said you have kind of like an idea of the type of character you want. So let's see what we can build off of that. And like Leia, are you game to kind of like join this sort of concept?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go. Here for
Okay,
it.
cool, cool. So Ponder, tell me what you're thinking. Give me what you're cooking.
Uh, regarding the theme of the adventure,
Yeah, if you want, we can go there. We can also like do whatever you're feeling. You can choose from the theme examples on the screen right now, whichever you're
okay.
fine with.
Well, the thing that I was thinking about, it was gonna be basically a heist style adventure, but also there's going to be elements of mystery and weirdly enough cooking.
Mystery and cooking. Cool. Okay. So kind of heisty. I'm just gonna like whoop,
Sure.
heist. My abhorrent handwriting. Heist.
Nah, you're good.
Honestly, it's
Okay.
better than mine with an actual pen, so I'm okay. Like
I'm
that's
just
good job.
using the mouse right now. It's fit. So heist. I would say that's very much like kind of what is this? Like kind of like crime drama almost, right?
Sure, but I'd say it's a bit more lighthearted. But
A lot
yeah,
more lighthearted.
yeah.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Cool, 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 cool. Let's see. Cooking in what sense? What kind of cooking are we talking about?
I feel like because of the nature of the heist and some of the stuff that I've written for the character, cooking is a pretty central theme. So, like for example, for the
Like,
heist,
is it a cooking
um,
competition? Is it a? Are we racing to get ingredients? Like, what are we?
to a certain extent, yes. But I think the end game is that they're trying to steal a cask of MSG, which doesn't really exist in this world outside of a push and a pull.
We can get some
So it's the
MSG into this
magical
world. Look,
cooking
we can
dust.
we can conflux MSG into this world if we need to. It is fine.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So, Leia, what are you thinking? To connect like heist and cooking or something like that. Like, what are we?
Well, I mean, the obvious connection between heist and cooking is we have to go heist an ingredient for our cooking. Um,
Yeah.
we gotta go steal it somehow. But I could also see, like what is the cooking doing? Like is this like are we brewing something? Like to help with our
Ah.
heist? Are we are we using are we caterers that are going to be going into this place to cater so that we can heist from this place? Like we're gonna be caterers of food and cook for them, but also go steal some shit along the way. I could see that too. But I think there are lots of ways that cooking and heist could go
Sure.
together.
Yeah, like if it takes place on a ship that has a party ongoing, maybe we can sneak in as like caterers and whatnot.
I
So we
would
gotta
be
cook our way through and
totally
then.
down for ship heist. Catering ship heist? Yeah. Um, I do feel like
I'm
of
gonna
our themes though,
I'm gonna convert drugs on the party bus to MSG on the
MSG on the party
on the
boat?
party boat. Yeah, it's
Yes!
Sure, sure,
Yes,
sure.
absolutely. MSG on the party boat. I am absolutely here for that. Holy shit.
that's great. I love it. Okay, cool. MSG on the party.
That is perfect. That is
I just
perfect.
really note that. Cool. Anything else that's like interesting for us? Are we? I mean,
Um,
it says like 2 to 3, but like we don't have to make all of that. If that's like our base right now, we can just add themes eventually, like as we go.
Sure.
yeah, I'm
It
trying
is
to
almost
I'm trying to think of
that
like other themes that I'd like. I mean, so mystery is already one of them, you know? Because we don't have to do
for
Mhm.
sure.
mystery cults, but like we could do I think mystery just by itself is a good theme.
If we do mystery cults, are we implying that a mystery cult has brought MSG into and we're
They
stealing it?
accidentally summoned
Is
it.
this
You know, I mean,
we could. Yeah, absolutely. That would be
mystery
hilarious.
mystery cult.
Sure.
This is the second playtest I've had that just wants cults all the time.
Well, we have cults, you know? Like we already have cults in the Gravity Isles, so we have a cult.
True. Danny says regarding MSG, it is almost a drug when used well, and yeah, I agree with that. People do get addicted to MSG, right? Like that's a thing. I think so.
I think so.
I
Is
think so.
it?
I think so. I don't remember exactly. I know that you can also like kind of get sick if you have too much MSG, but like
So it's interesting in America because in America MSG is seen as this like life-threatening thing, and I'm just dropping a little weird American
it's
lore
really not.
here.
But
Oh no! So this is the weird American lore about MSG. So
oh,
many years ago, I do not know what year. It was pre-90s, I believe. Some group of friends got together and got drunk and decided that they were going to make a persona of someone who was a scientist and then write an article about something ridiculous to see if they could get it um published, and it was that MSG is harmful to your health, which they knew wasn't true, and they just wanted to see if they could get it published, and then they sent it in, and it got published, and now we have
incredible.
this myth in America that MSG is damaging to your health, and it actually isn't at all, and there's no scientific data to back it up.
I think what makes it dangerous is it's a lot of salt is the
Sure,
thing. Like
yeah,
it
absolutely.
because what happened with my mother like some years ago is they gallbladder stuff because they did take too much MSG at the time. So that's like the one thing that I could, but it's not like you're gonna die. it
No.
is however it is however
Sure,
tonight,
sure.
but like
Too much of anything, right?
too much of
Yes,
anything,
yeah.
absolutely too much of anything. um do we think the lights never go off or the city never sleeps would be part of this, considering we are doing a party boat type of
I I
situation?
I
Sure, sure.
we could. I do think that the party, like MSG on the party, already kind of does that
That's true. That's true. That's true.
as a theme.
Do we want like how do we want to like a rags to riches sort of situation? Maybe somebody's gonna pay a ridiculous amount of money for MSG.
I mean, that's what they did with salt and pepper during the medieval age, right? Because it was
Yeah,
so
yeah,
rare.
yeah.
So I'd imagine some rich folk would love some MSG for their food.
Rags to riches. Rad. I have absolutely doodled on this calibration guide.
I love it. I love it though. I'm here,
I'm
absolutely here for that.
my obscene handwriting. Anyway, so cool. Here we are. So I'm gonna assume this is going to be in the Motley Coast, unless we want somewhere else. Where do we want this to happen? Actually, the party boat. I immediately thought it was Motley Coast City,
Yeah, why
but
not?
but it could also technically be elsewhere. It could be elsewhere. What? Where are we? Where are we thinking this is?
Uh,
Well, it could be one of the whale sounding places. Whoa, no.
uh, y- y-
Let me pull up the atlas really quickly. I have it downloaded. I should have opened this sooner.
it's okay. I'm literally making a slideshow for one of our later streams right now, so it's all right if we don't have everything
It's
together.
all good. It's all good.
Okay, cool. We could, yeah, one of the whale sounding ones. Which one are we looking at?
Whatever one sounds the most fun.
Absolutely.
Um, I'm trying to read through like really quickly. Let's see. Yeah, actually, let me just show off. Like, does it? Did it switch? There you are. Yeah, it switched. Nice. Live opening of Atlases. Here we are. um, it should be somewhere. Bartilia, Barilla, Waunda. Hmm.
Whoa, no.
Waunda. Patchwork of small neighborhoods. Laurara is also an option. Industrious.
Sure.
Large part of tensor steel. Grauba is also an option. Trying to see which has like the most. It says there's biomaterial. Actually, it seems like Waunda is actually more of the place.
Sure.
Because it says Laurara are industrialized. Waunda focuses on community, births, unions, and deaths, etc. Oh wait,
I mean, if it's a party, right? Event services.
that's true. It might be more of a. It actually might be more of Grauba or Laurara.
I mean, we are also on a boat, so we don't necessarily like. Is that where we're coming from? Like, is that the place we're choosing? Is like this is where the boat's taking off from?
Sure.
It could be where the boat is docked right now, where you're going to steal.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe it's like, um, maybe it's disguised right now. Maybe the boat is like secretly holding the MSG in there. And you have to find which boat it is in the docks.
Sure.
Is wait, it is underwater, so it's like one second. Is it an underwater boat? Are we going for like an underwater boat?
We could
If you'd
absolutely.
like, why not?
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. So we are going to attempt to raid an underwater boat in Laurara. Laurara. That's great. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. The floats have a symbiotic relationship with the electric eels in the area that eat the biomaterial shed. Cool. Yeah, let's do that. So this is going to be an aquatic uh game. That's fun. That's exactly what we were talking about earlier
It
about
is.
like,
Yeah.
aquatic games. Cool. We can check if there's like any area stuff in this place. Not really. Well, there's the seasonal area traits. Ooh, this is interesting. Do we want to say that um do we want to say that we're under like a specific season? Stormswell, high rise, low rise. That would be
Absolutely.
interesting. So
Okay.
Stormswell is a short 6 week season. Storms happen all the time at this point, and like it can be depending on whatever we roll. It will depend on like how intense it is. There's also high rise, which is like choppy seas, but like it's like right before the sky whales arrive essentially, and then low rise, which is a little bit more quiet. I believe. Yeah. So which season seems more interesting? I would say maybe either High Rise or Stormswell is more interesting for us.
Probably Stormswell, just because it adds an element of danger to everything. Though we
Yeah,
are going to be going underwater, so I don't know how much a storm will affect
will
us.
affect
Well, in the Gravity
underwater.
Isles, it's not. It's a gravity storm. That means that
Sorry.
that what's happening above water and underwater both matter because the gravity is changing. So it does create really
Mm.
large waves, but also you have lighter or heavier gravity that you're dealing with. So how hard it is to swim, what does your body feel like in the water, like all those things will change depending on what season you're in and
Would
what
you be
whether or not you're in
more
a storm.
would you be more buoyant during a storm swell? Because like you're like or
Possibly, absolutely.
that's kind of funky. But that yeah, that sounds because you need to weight your body, right? Like when you're diving, right? When you're diving, oh
Mhm,
no, you have oh no, Thunder, you have your
mhm. Everything is fine. Everything is fine.
so like Ponder has a little bit of thalassophobia, so that's funny. This is really
This is
funny.
fine. This is fine. We wanted this.
But yeah, you have to when you're diving, right? You have to weight yourself. You have to put weights on your body so that you can sink, um, and not like like rise up too fast because then you get like fucked up, right?
Hmm,
Am
hmm.
I talking out of my ass? I
No,
don't know,
you.
No, no, that's absolutely a thing.
but that sounds correct. Imagine that. Danny says, imagine that storm. Suddenly, 80 tons of water dropped down from the sky, and the ocean floated above and just drops. That sounds terrifying, Danny. But sure. Cool. So we have our themes, which is heist, an ingredient, MSG or MSG on the party boat, mystery cults, and rags to riches. We are playing in La Aurora, one of the underwater floods, and we are going to be raiding one of the boats for MSG that recently got pulled into into this area. Incredible.
Uh huh.
So, palette vibes. What are we? What are the vibes
Well,
of this
what
right
palette
now?
words do we have? Any palette words in
In,
Waunda? Because we
Waunda.
might not,
Wow.
honestly, but we
Thalassophobia,
might.
probably.
We do. It says industrious and symbiotic.
I mean, I think industrious might work. I think it'd be industrious to steal from the rich.
I think this is I think this is really funky. But imagine using symbiotic. And imagine that means that the boats, the underwater boats here are actually organic. They are all part of a singular big like network of underwater boats. And they all like speak to each other. Like they're all alive is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, so the boats are jelly-blooded creatures? Is that what we're talking
Yes,
about?
yes.
Hell
That's what
yeah.
I'm. The boats are
Absolutely.
all jelly blooded. Yeah. I think that would be fucking weird and incredibly cool. Yeah.
Let's
I
do
know
it.
that the symbiotic stuff is talking about the electric eels, but like imagine if the boats were also all like jelly blooded and they can like talk to each other.
I am 100% here for that.
Yeah, that's cool. So we have industrious and symbiotic. Industrious because we are stealing from the rich. Okay, so I wanna interrogate that a little bit. So the MSG was stolen by some rich aristocratic person who has now stored it within this network of ships.
Wait,
Is that
did
what's
they
going on?
have the rich people stolen it, or did they just happen upon it when it was pulled in? They were like, "Oh yeah, this is mine now, and I'm going to keep it from people, and we are the ones stealing from them, right? Because
Yeah,
we're the
that's what
Yeah,
ones
we're
that
thinking.
sounds
stealing."
right.
So
Yeah.
like they could have stolen it. I mean, it would fall in line with like a kind of like let's fuck the colonialists, you know?
Is it
Um,
so this mystery cult?
but
Are they a mystery cult of gatekeepers of spices? Is that what?
I feel like I feel like Spice Cult makes sense.
Uh huh.
We could play Dune on the water. I'm here for that.
Reverse Arrakis.
That's incredible.
Sure.
Yeah, sure, yeah. So they are this cult is currently gatekeeping
Mm-hmm.
MSG.
Yes.
I fear
Yeah.
this means there's going to be ocean worms. Just
Oh my god!
gigantic ocean worms.
Gigantic ocean worms? Oh my god! That's
Do
talk
they
about
live inside?
terrifying. Holy shit.
Do they live inside the ships? Are they also jelly blooded? That's
Maybe. If we're
I.
following Dune lore, then swimming around probably causes vibrations in the water so they can find
Oh
you.
my
Bro.
god.
Let's do
No. Ah!
That's incredible. I need it. Okay, cool.
Oh
So we're
shit.
Yeah.
swimming around in the water.
So the heist is figuring out how to get the MSG without getting eaten by the worms.
Yes, yes. This is
Absolutely.
incredible.
Yes.
Danny is saying, don't the Mirren have something to do with ancient Leviathans?
So that's actually Saliens, but
That's true, it
yes.
is.
We could
Does that mean
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The giant Leviathan could just be a worm monster. That would be absolute yeah.
maybe the MSG is in a bubble because like Danny's pointing out that it dissolves. So like it could
Oh yeah,
be
for sure.
it could be in a
So do salt bricks. I'm sure that we have tons of technology that stops things from touching the water once it's in the water because salt bricks is a monetary the idea of salt bricks as money in the ocean is very fun. That is my fault. And I do love it and I don't care about anyone and what they have to say.
So is it one big worm Leviathan or is it one big worm Leviathan and it has made babies? Is it what how many how many ancient
My
Leviathan worms are we talking about?
my fear of the ocean says one, but like my love for the game says there has to be more than one.
I mean it is very possible it has just breeded over time, right?
I
Yeah,
mean
for sure.
worms self-procreate. So
Yeah.
Exactly.
You slice them in half, they become two worms.
yeah.
There- I yeah, that's just two become 2000 and that's just how it's going to happen now. Cool. So let's create the poor souls that are going to dive into this mess that we've created.
Yeah, so me
Uh,
and Ponder are a duo, obviously.
yes, you
Mhm.
are a duo. And so here's a character checklist. Questions 1 to 4, name, lineage, look, origins, 1 to 4 attributes, and 5 specialties. So the easiest way that we can go about this is basically let's create a character concept first. Take your time. But also if you've already got an idea, just like shoot at
Oh,
me.
I'm so ready.
Oh, yeah. You sure? What's up? What's your character concept?
Yeah, I did a lot of writing off stream, so I'm pretty so first is the core concept, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my character's going to be they're basically a waiter slash line cook who
Okay.
dreams of becoming part of the Mystic Maelstrom. The problem is they're not really trained for it, right? They really are just like good at cooking and like talking to people and like being in the service industry. But that
Uh-huh.
is the dream, which is why they want to participate in the heist to prove that they can hack it. But also, as a fallback, if everything, doesn't work out, they'll have the MSG at least. So, we can cook up a storm and maybe find success there.
Okay. Okay. So you somehow heard about this legendary MSG
Mm-hmm.
and want to impress the Mystic Maelstrom with it. I see.
Yeah, for sure. I work in a tavern in Delron, right? So I've likely like heard many drunken pirates talking about this and that. So I hear things all the time. So I'm sure I've heard of this rumor somewhere.
What's your lineage? Have you figured that out
Oh,
yet?
I'm salient.
You're a salient. Okay, cool.
Yeah, which
Uh,
is appropriate for the Dune things.
what about you,
whatever
Leia?
the
Okay,
yeah,
so I
whatever the
think
Lisan
as
Arcabe in this universe is probably.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Ponder, as long as you are okay with this, I I am gonna say, since we are a duo, this is our heist together,
hmm
that we should just be twinsies.
Sounds good to me.
And we should be just two twin aliens trying to make a name for ourselves. I feel as though you are the one that's like serious. You're like, I'm gonna do this, and I have this dream, and I'm just like the one that gets in the way and makes chaos.
I love it. I love it.
uh,
I'm into it.
Here to make sure you don't die, but also clumsy and
Could possibly be the
Yeah,
cause of.
yeah, yeah.
ready to
Definitely the heart of the party.
yeah, I'm here to be the good luck charm that also is not good luck.
Mm.
Um and
Uh,
I needed money, so I'm here to make some cash and also maybe liberate some MSG.
sounds incredible. So where are both characters right now? Like, are you already in Laura, or are y'all still like?
It depends
Are
on where we want to
you in
start our game. Do we just want to start on the ship, or do we want to, like, we came from Delrun, we got this lead from some sketchy dude in Delrun and like made our way across the entire continent to Laura to capture some spice, because they are at opposite sides of the map. We're talking 800 miles away from home to go capture some MSG.
Manwa in the chat is like Mario and Luigi, let's go!
Absolutely.
Incredible. Um, so yeah, did you both just like hear about the poll and were like, did you hear about
Let's
the
go, Luigi.
let's go? You've been doing the different worlds for the
yeah,
past.
yeah, yeah.
Oh my god. here for it. This is great. I do feel like it was just some like we overheard something, you know? Like I think it's absolutely possible that my character overheard this and was like, Laura can't be that far away. I'm just like
A hop, skip, and a jump away.
got us on a boat, and then 6 weeks later we're like there now.
Are we
Surely.
there yet?
Surely. It'll...
Yeah, I do. That seems like something my character would do. Just be like, yeah, let's go do it right now.
Vanwa said Salimario and Saluigi. I'm sorry, this is so hilarious. I love it.
Yes, I am here.
I'm
I'm
just
gonna
gonna
be
put
sad
here.
that we don't actually get to play this game now. Like we're gonna do everything for it, and then we're not gonna actually play.
They'll run to.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, it's
No.
which also comes from a very very funny story. The name of that place.
Oh, because it's our editor, right?
Yeah, so Lauren is our editor, and Lauren likes to play with their name and make funny jokes with their name, and for a very long time, one of our team members did think that their name was Laura.
I love that.
And so I turned it,
The
I obviously
lore.
added some syllables, but like, or, but, or some vowels, I mean, but yes, that's Laura is great.
Okay, cool. Have we named ourselves?
I
Should we
mean,
name?
look, if we want to go with Salamario and Saluigi, I'm here for it.
Yeah, honestly, it's canon already.
It's yeah, yeah.
Mario. Thank you, Mano. And Saluigi. We got to get the MSG, Mario. What are you talking about?
And then when we get there, it's like, your MSG is in another ship.
It's in another ship, Luigi. The giant worm is out to get us. I'm going to be. This. I'm going to be so sad that we're not actually going to play this.
Yo.
Okay, cool. So, you're both Salians. How old actually are your characters? Are you all like in your midlife crisis?
Early
or...
adults or early
Yeah,
like just getting into adulthood maybe?
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Because we're like proving
Old
ourselves.
enough to
you know?
do the adventure. Yeah.
Salians. What do you all look like? Like, just humor me and describe your
Oh, red and green
Aliens.
aliens.
I mean, red and green
Straight up.
aliens with glowing blue eyes, obviously.
Yeah, obviously.
Because you know, Dune.
What a
Danny
wild
says
combination.
Danny says that Toad is your fixer, just a literal Bondi Dobbin Toad with a jelly blooded hat.
Yes, absolutely.
It's just so we have learned today that in Confluence you can just play Mario. You can just play Mario Brothers is what we're learning. Your companion can be a turtle.
Imagine the
So,
way we get out of a sticky situation is we pick up a star and just start running all over the place.
incredible. So what do they do? We already
Plumbers.
decided. I thought you were a chef.
Not anymore. Not with this lore.
What happened?
Salient plumbers.
Salient plumbers? Are we serious? Okay. Salient plumbers. With a dream, with culinary
No, 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 no,
dreams.
no. If we're talking about ships that are alive,
Salient shipwrights? What is
we're talking ships that are alive, and we are. No, never mind. I'm not gonna make that joke.
What? What is it though?
I mean, if we're plumbers of ships that are, we could go for gynecology.
Wow.
That was the joke.
Wow. Wow.
There is a Dr. Mario, so that could be a thing.
Here to take care of your sick ship. We gotta look into it.
Are we serious?
No.
Not
I could
right.
definitely be. I think my character would be an aspiring merchant, but is currently like a waiter or line cook would be aspiring sous chef. Candy over here
Yep.
like, wow.
Like, cool. So you're both aiming for culinary dreams. I assume.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Are there any facets? I feel like I can already imagine the facets.
Yes.
So we said this earlier, but you're brothers, you're twins.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Twins. Anything else? Do you have like a secret between the two of you?
Are you
That
sick of
nobody
me
else-
following you around yet?
Who is the Mario?
I'd say obviously I still love you like a brother, but I feel like I also sometimes wish that you do your own thing.
Uh, and your response, Leia?
You know, if what would you even do with yourself if I left? You would get nothing done. This is not true. This is not the case at all. But that is my character's response. You would not be able to live without me. That's true. You know it. You
I
don't
can
even know how
see
to
that
do
you
your
both-
own laundry.
I can see that you both run a tight ship. That's very funny. So let's go into character attributes, right? Let's do it one by one. Would you like to start, Leia? Let's have you start this time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think okay, so form. So Salients are based off of salamanders, and salamanders can lose limbs and regrow them. This did happen in one of my other playtesting games that I was in, so I think I'm gonna steal that, and I'm gonna say form, which is also a little bit personality, I would say, but we'll call it form, is absolutely willing to just chop off a limb to get away.
Incredible.
Just like stone face, just gonna do it. Personality, chaos. I think for me, that's just personality is chaos. Culture, family above all, which is the reason I follow you around, because you can't just be left alone. What are you even
Wow.
doing?
Dang.
And calling, we'll go with aspiring merchant.
All right. Merchant. What about you, Ponder?
I'll say maybe for form, I want to be not the type to be more escapey. I think I'm the type to more stand my ground. I think maybe I've gotten used to like shenanigans with my brother. So like I'm the one who like takes on the responsibility when stuff happens.
Well, you
So
were
I
born
think for
first,
me,
so it's
I'm
only right.
yeah. I think I'm probably like my scales are like super shiny. So like I take the attention on. And then personality is probably like more logical than anything. Uh for culture, I would say it would still be family, I think. Especially thinking about how the Salians are like written. I think family is like very big and important for them. So just a big old like Fast and the Furious like family.
Okay,
Our dad
okay.
was named Don Toretto. I don't know.
Are we saying that this is Dune crossed with?
With Fast and the Furious?
But with boats,
Mario
not cars.
Brothers?
Just boats. Just boats.
Oh my god.
There's the speedboats. That's our version of it.
Yeah.
We're going.
Family.
Oh.
What's the calling for you?
Oh, I definitely want to be a chef.
Chef. Okay. That's so
/
funny.
street racer. No.
We both were street racers as teenagers, and now we are aspiring to something more, you know?
Mario Kart. I see,
Retired
right?
now. I've left that life behind me.
Super Dunes and Furious 64 is phenomenal.
This was not what I was imagining we were gonna create when we started this.
Oh, me either. I really thought we would be a little bit more serious, but instead we have gone
Apparently
for
not.
Mario and Luigi.
Um, so, well, we've already made our things. Okay, let's figure out our facets and our specialties, right? I think Ponder, you said that you have like ideas for your facets already.
I feel like I've gotten super derailed now, so I don't even know anymore.
It's alright.
I had a plan like an hour ago. Not anymore.
Okay, so I'm gonna go with pilot, skullduggery, and I'm trying to decide between cooking and trading. But I feel like I'm gonna go with trading because I actually don't care as much about the cooking
Oh, I'm definitely going
as
for cooking.
Sal Mario does. So
You're truly just here for the ride, aren't you?
I'm the pilot, okay? That's exactly.
Yeah.
What about some Mario's facets?
Sorry, Mario. Definitely cooking. And then I think of the two of us, if Saluigi is the pilot, I'm probably like the mechanic. So probably like engineering.
Oh,
I
okay.
like that.
Yeah.
Sure.
So we really were street racers before this, is what you're saying.
I think so, yeah. I think it's canon now.
Are we saying that Mario Kart happened before 64?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Until we were forced out because we got too old for the circuit.
Now we have to prove ourselves to the pirates in order to keep our lives
yeah.
going. This is too good. I love this. Ponder,
What's
I
your
would
third?
play this game with you, just so we're clear.
Honestly, same.
What's your
um,
third facet?
I feel like conversationalist, just because
Okay.
I feel like it's important that I was able to like talk us out of trouble all the time.
I mean, fair conversation. I'm running out of page. I'm sorry. I'm so gremlin right
No,
now.
no, you're good. You're
No, this
good.
is great.
Yeah, it's exactly
Okay,
the
cool.
energy we need.
I think that I
I
would say
mean,
at this point that I would choose my specialties later. Like I would want to spend a little bit more time kind of thinking about what the
Yeah,
mechanics of those would be for myself. So if I was actually sitting
that
down for
makes
a
sense.
calibration, I do think I would leave it here and spend some more
fair,
time with the specialties.
fair. Yeah, yeah. So like,
Mm-hmm,
you might
mm-hmm.
want to make like a custom pilot thing, or like figure out what you're
Oh,
piloting,
I was
for
definitely
example.
stealing. Like I would definitely like the thing is that one of my pilot specialties would be can steal anything. You
Incredible.
know?
Oh,
And like
Okay.
maybe a specialty that like combined pilot and engineering with my brother so that like he could do like like get the wires where they need to go and then I could drive it and we
yeah,
have
yeah,
like a
yeah.
shared specialty that helps us steal shit. Like I do think that's
They do
where I
steal a
would
lot
go.
in the Fast and the Furious
They
movies,
do,
so
yes, they
it
do.
checks out.
I mean, yeah, that could just be basically our what's it called in our when we build our group,
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah.
right?
Oh,
That can
maybe
just
that's why we got kicked out of the circuit. Not because we got too old, but we got caught like
We just kept
stealing stuff
stealing
and
other
using the
people's shit.
racetracks to like
Yeah.
move things.
yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So speaking of stealing, we do have like we do talk about like a mechanics of violence and confluence
Mm-hmm.
in this calibration. If you
Mm-hmm.
see any typos, no, you don't. Um, uh, so just to talk a little bit about this, we're not actually going to do dive into the safety tools on the stream because, you know, but as like part of our design philosophy in Confluence, we wanted to essentially integrate and like help people have that conversation of what safety tools you are familiar with, what safety tools we want to know more about, and what safety tools we want to include, which aren't listed here and that we want to include, or like which ones we feel best suit the table. So in an actual like calibration, this would be the space before you talk about like group stuff. This would be the space where we come together. Maybe if other people are not so open to like speaking about their boundaries, they can write their boundaries on some paper and then pass it along to the story leader and just kind of like talk it out. Or again, like nobody is obliged to explain any of their boundaries, but like if they want to, this would also be the space to do that. And yeah, there are like we in our sigla or Confluence Guide to the Living Archive, we do go more into the different tools that we also have available that we feel um, would work best for the game. But that's mostly like essentially lines and veils. We have like even one about yeah, the cards, the color cards, X cards, green, yellow, red. And then we also have like a tool about like it's a meditative tool about like preventing character bleed and like kind of debriefing yourself after an intense session, whether that's like emotionally intense or you feel a little overloaded because like lots of mechanics going on. Like this game does have a lot of mechanics. I think one of the reviewers said while it isn't exactly crunchy, it is not like rules light. And I'm sure both of you understand this very well as people who
Mm-hmm,
have
mm-hmm.
played the game and have seen like different versions of it, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So sometimes it can be so much like after the game and you just need that time to debrief. And so caring for the table, setting up for it, and just kind of like making sure that everybody's okay and on the same page and is like experiencing the things that they want to experience is a very important thing for us in Confluence. So let's say that we've talked about all of that. Let's move on to the group sheet since we did start talking about our group stuff.
What I will also say is that you'll probably have heard us talking about some of these things already. We understand that all of our all the conversations in calibration are going to bleed together. So even if you're not doing things
Yeah.
in the right order, even if you start talking about things in the future, like so much of the stuff that you have at the beginning is meant to set you up for these conversations so that they go
Yeah.
more quickly. So one of the things so calibration, for those who were in beta but haven't looked at the beta 1.5 material, what you'll notice is that calibration is way different. Sin and I went in and did a deep redraft of calibration this summer after we got back the surveys from beta 1.0, and we really tried to create a lot of the questions that were being asked and that kind of thing specifically to set everyone up so that things could move more quickly. So by the time you're being asked the question, you actually already have an answer. You just kind of need to go find it again. So just as a shout out to that.
Yeah. So um, if you support that kind of work, back us. Hey. But anyway, yeah, let's move into the group stuff that we were talking about. So you guys were talking about having kind of like a shared facet in engineering and piloting almost, right? I'd love to like start with that first with group traits actually. How do you work as a team? Where is that? That would likely be all the way down here. Yeah. Um yeah. Would that be engineering or was that more piloting or is it both? You think? Facet.
For Saluigi or
For both of you, because you can share facets.
oh
Like this is like the thing where you were talking about earlier, where you can hotwire cars together.
I mean, I would probably
probably more
actually
piloting, I'd say.
I mean, I would just make it a shared specialty that works with both engineering and piloting, if I'm honest. Like I would
Sure.
like I would do
Yeah.
like maybe I'd make a group trait that was a shared specialty, or just a mechanic generally that allowed us to use those together for the purposes of stealing vehicles. Is how I would do that.
Shared specialty.
But you can also just make that a specialty on your sheet. So instead of putting it on the group trait, you can just also have that as a specialty yourself if you wanted. It doesn't necessarily, it could go either way.
That's true. I'm just gonna say stealing vehicles.
Yes.
You could also like
not necessarily cars.
yeah, or like something called like "There's always room for family."
We
And then
definitely
like
need
when we're
an
aiding each
attribute.
other, right?
Yeah, we definitely
Yeah.
at least need an attribute that's like that's about family somehow, I think, like a group attribute that is yes. Guys, absolutely. This is so, oh my gosh, ridiculous, and I love it.
Room for family.
Oh my god, my handwriting is getting worse.
You're fine. We understand it in our hearts.
I don't know why I'm doing this. I literally have a pen tablet.
Because this is more fun. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Those seem like really solid traits. I would say that you probably also share the calling of like
the streets for racing.
the streets. Sure, I'll just put in the streets. The most like gangster Mario and Luigi iteration. This is so funny. Do you have a shared location, secret hideout, home base, coffee shop you own together? Do you have something like that?
I feel like we did, but we don't anymore. more.
Yeah, we probably have to keep moving now.
We could even have a wound that's like maybe it was pretty recent that we got kicked out of the street racing scene, and so
Yeah,
we maybe we could have a wound that's like um lost history or something. That's like,
yeah.
you know, like we're trying
Negative
to
street cred.
we're trying to like find, you know, find a new way forward.
Lost racing cred.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I love how this started with MSG and is now like just full on like racing. What?
Oh man.
Lost racing cred. That's incredible. Okay, cool. Do you have a shared skill like telepathy, secret language, always knowing when one of you is in trouble, etc.?
I feel like because we're brothers, we probably have something like that.
Yeah,
Like we're
twin
twins, right?
stuff,
We got like
right?
the
Yeah.
twin. Yeah, we got the twin.
I
Twin
feel like
connection.
knowing when someone's in trouble makes sense. It's kind of like I know when you're hurt,
Mm-hmm.
or
Yeah,
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 like
yeah,
I
yeah,
think I
yeah.
would just call it twin sense, you know?
Yeah.
Sure, sure. My son
Twin.
Luigi is tingling.
No, twin sex. And then your fin starts like.
It's like, "Bloop."
I love it. I love it. Incredible. Okay. Go. Anything else? I feel like that's. Do you have something that you're sharing? Group inventory. Do you think like you have a secret heirloom? The star.
Secret heirloom.
This is the star.
I feel like a vehicle stealing kit of some kind is probably on
Sure,
there,
sure.
you know, in terms of group
Yeah, yeah.
inventory.
Oh,
Um,
and
really good
the
food.
first ever racing trophy that we ever won together.
Oh,
Yes! Oh my gosh, that's so great. Absolutely.
vehicle stealing kit, and then trophy, right? Trophy.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Trophy. Okay, let's talk about
From the
group
Sally Bowser Cup.
focuses. Yes, it looks like a
Like a spiky salamander
yeah,
turtle.
spiky like
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
Oh, I love it.
Incredible. So group focuses. Do you have a Bowser? Do
Do we
we
have a
Oh,
companion?
dude.
Oh man. Oh
Like
no.
an arch enemy or
Yeah, arch
something.
enemy. I
do
do
you have
feel
a
like we
Bowser?
have to. I do feel like we do need an arch enemy of some
Yeah, yeah,
kind.
honestly.
Um,
Tell me about it.
Maybe they're the one who stole the MSG.
do we have like a, I don't know. Do we have like a mysterious third
That's not
brother that
the
like
that's not the
left
Bowser.
for another crew and then turned like is like the
Ooh.
one that like turned us in for stealing stuff?
Traitor. A
Oh,
traitor
the
from
plot twist, dude. Yeah, you know what? Sure.
traitor.
Um,
I feel like though I would want, so like this is one of those things where I would want some of a little bit of a veil over it, not like lines and veils, but like I would love for my
yeah, yeah.
SL to like actually make the, like I know that we have one, but I don't know anything about him. So like you could
Triple.
like have the SL actually create that focus and like whatever mechanics might go into it and decide how that's going to play into the story, so I never know like when it's going to come in. Um
So I love the idea of this traitor also being a brother
It'd be like
sister
Sally
support
Yoshi or
brother.
something.
Yeah, Sally Yoshi. Oh my gosh, it's incredible. Sally And for fun, let's say that the last thing you knew about Saliyoshi, I'm sorry, this is ridiculous, is that they got kidnapped by Sally Bowser.
But little do we know that he started working with Sally Bowser.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dang, the drama.
Yeah, I love
Sally
it.
Yoshi, what about family?
Oh no! Oh my god! I mean, if we really wanted to go Fast and Furious, then it would have to be our brother would have to be a cop, but like a Motley Crue member.
Oh, I kind of like
Oh,
that actually.
did he choose principle over family? Family.
I feel like, but I feel like it
Sally
could
Mama
go-
raised you better than that.
Incredible.
Oh my god!
Incredible. You were stealing cars. What you didn't give me a choice.
Oh my god! Oh no!
What was I supposed to do? Just look away?
Holy shit!
And then he goes like, I don't want to be part of this no more.
Oh no!
And Sally Yoshi's walking out. It's like, don't worry, Sally Yoshi. There's always room for family. If you come back one day, there's still family.
Incredible.
Oh
Incredible.
no!
So our focus, I can't make like this right now because I have limited capabilities.
That's okay.
No worries,
No
no
But
worries.
just imagine that this is Sally Yoshi.
Yes.
Sally Yoshi. And like imagine that this is like about the trip that what we just talked about.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
gosh.
So yeah, ideally we would make more focuses, right? Like you could have a companion like your toad. You could have your I don't know. Among other things, you could have we could mechanize your vehicle stealing kit, make it an item focus. That could be a thing, right? Good, like you could gain tokens or use tokens every time, etc. and whatnot. Like I feel like that would be fun. Um, we could give you also like other items like the bubble, so that you could like
Oh.
actually you don't need to because you're
No.
aliens.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
can,
we're
we can
Sicilians.
breathe
We're
underwater.
fine, we're fine.
Yeah, we're
We
good.
live here.
This is
Said
our
item.
house.
That's true. It is your you could also say it's your haunted cruise. I'm kidding. But that's basically we've more or less done it, I believe. Yeah, because all of this afterwards is just like reviewing and then kind of so like just as a quick review, you are two Salian brothers, twins. I'm not gonna assume exactly. You're two Salian twins
I think so.
out on a whirlwind adventure to steal back MSG from a as a ship somewhere, an underwater ship somewhere in Laurara, guarded by undersea worm leviathan.
I forgot about that part actually, but I was so in the Fast and Furious lore.
Oh no.
And one of your main tasks is to figure out how to go through the water without alerting the senses of this ancient worm leviathan that you suspect is currently in the hands of dun 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 your brother Saliyoshi. Would you like to introduce your characters at this point?
It's
Yeah.
a me, Sally Mario.
Go ahead.
uh, like in character? Do you want me to talk in character
If you
or?
want to, like do a rundown of like your facets, your attributes, your traits, etc.
Oh, well, maybe I shouldn't
Scroll
talk like
back
Sally
up.
Mario, but
Scroll back up to where we wrote it
yeah.
down.
But
But like,
I'm an ex street racer, and nothing's more important to me than family. I got kicked out of life, and now I want nothing more than to be the next top chef of Arjuria.
what
Oh
about
no.
what about Salui?
Oh, Luigi. I cannot do the Mario like cadence. I can't. I have tried in the past and
fine,
it's
it's fine.
impossible. But yeah, no. Luigi is the twin brother of Sal Mario. Follows Sal Mario around everywhere and is is just a total chaos. Has lost so many limbs and regrown them so many times, and is hopefully, as long as his brother does not get too sick of him, will be figuring out how to market all of the all of it's like to get him to be the chef he always wanted to be and get people to buy his food and maybe one day mass market it for millions of dollars. Was also a part of the life and got kicked out, and I think right now currently believes that it's his fault that they got kicked out
Oh, the
somehow.
drama!
You know, like it
Yeah,
believes
yeah,
it's
yeah.
him, but in fact it was their brother
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
who
yeah. Somewhere in
sold
the
them
middle of the
out.
adventure, we have a conversation. We think we're about to die.
Yes. It's like,
Sorry,
I'm
Luigi,
so
I'm sorry.
sorry.
It was my fault.
Yes.
I got
Yes.
us kicked out of the Mario Kart. Sorry, kicked out. God.
Yes. Oh my god. And facets are piloting merchant, aspiring merchant, and no, trading, yeah, piloting skullduggery and trading. So I'm really good at getting people into trouble, where my brother's really getting us out of trouble, and that is how we work together.
Love that, love that.
Yay! We
Well,
have finished calibration
what a time, folks.
for an incredible campaign.
Okay, so this is the reason that we absolutely say do character creation in together, because no matter where you think it's gonna go, it is gonna
It's
go
never
somewhere
going
Yep.
different. Oh my gosh, that is too much, and I love that. Ugh. The complex of MSG is exactly what I want in my life. That is perfect.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun. I feel like calibration is a mini game in of itself. As
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, 100%. I do like to say it's deeply one of the things we really wanted to do in design was like we want calibration to feel like a part of the game, not just something ancillary that happens, but something that really is a part of play. And I think that we've done that, honestly. I do.
I mean, if this calibration is not proof enough, I don't know. I don't know. So and to all of you who are watching, you can create as serious or as silly a campaign as you'd like.
Yes.
So if you are not impressed yet that you can play absolutely anything and everything in Confluence, I bid you think again. None of us had a plan going into this. Ponder maybe had some kind of plan, and
Oh,
we
but we're
derailed it
so far from that
completely.
plan now.
We derailed it completely. But like here we are.
Oh yeah,
Um,
I'm all for it.
I love this game. I hope that like um, people who are watching and people who get to watch this VOD in the days to come within the campaign do check out Confluence and back it. We are we hit 49K earlier. We're getting so close to the goal.
We're
Please
so
help us get there.
close.
So close to the goal. Please help us get there. I am begging and shitting and crying. Please let's get there.
I mean, get us funded definitely, but also share with your friends so we can get some pretty dice. That's gonna happen. I think it's
Yeah.
70. Um, is our dice right now. That would also bring us our comic that Shan has created, which would be amazing. And there are
Ooh.
lots and lots of other stretch goals. So please consider
Boy,
backing us.
if you've looked at dice and said, I wanna eat it, you're gonna look at the Confluence dice and also think, I wanna eat it. And like the art mock ups we have that you can find on the backer kit look very edible.
They
Like every
do.
time I see them, they look so. But don't, please don't. Actually, don't eat it. This is not me saying eat it. Don't eat it.
Not even with the MSG.
Not even with MSG. No. Well, for those of you who don't know, Ponder has a stream, a Twitch stream, and has been
Coming soon.
promoting Confluence over there for a little while.
Oh
Will be
yeah.
Yeah,
doing
you wanna
a one shot on the 14th, um, which I believe might be the 13th for us in the US. But
Oh, it might be.
um,
It might be.
that is it's 4:30 p.m. next Friday,
GMT
GMT
plus eight.
plus
Plus
8.
eight.
Plus eight.
And I'll drop the link. Ponder, do you want to give a little outro? Tell us what you got going on and like
Yeah.
what
Do you
things
want
you
to
want to
show
highlight?
off? Do you want to show off the effects? How do we do that?
Sure. No, you can just put my webcam up on the screen.
Like bigger.
Yeah. If you click my webcam, it should like be the focus. I can switch to my other scene for it.
Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Did it switch? I'm sorry, I
It
can't
might
tell.
not be up on the stream yet because we're a little bit behind, but
We are.
it
Oh,
should
okay.
be. Yep, there you are.
Okay. So let me just switch this other scene. Okay, so we got like a bunch of like stream effects that are thanks to Confluence, but this is one of them. So I literally can do this to on my streams.
Brought to you by Confluence, the living archive.
Oh my god.
Yeah, all that and more. We got a bunch of other stuff going on. The campaign's gonna be pretty fun too. It's a one shot that I'm designing for my audience, but obviously it's also gonna be good for people who are new to the game. So if you want to drop in and just see how it plays, please do.
Do the big one.
Oh, hang on. I need to manually turn this off. Oh god. hang on. I know how to do this. Whee! Oh wait, my voice. Oh god. Was it ready? My voice turns into
This. Oh, look at me! I'm so big.
Big.
Yeah. So we have a bunch of like, just fun stuff.
Brought
And,
to you
yeah,
by
thank you, Confluence.
Confluence.
Yes, brought to you by Confluence. Okay, yes.
Thank you so much for helping us promote Confluence on your streams.
Of course.
It's always a delight to see people using the stream effects and like
100%.
seeing
Thank you
like
for
the
having
awesome
me.
pop up. Thank you for coming to create Salimario and Saluigi with us. with this, right? Even
It
if
was
it was a little
absolutely my
accident.
pleasure.
This is so much fun. Oh my gosh.
What's
Um,
happening next?
oh yeah, what's happening next? So let's go over the rest of the schedule. If I can find it. There it is. Okay. Um,
It looks like interview with Kayla.
Yes, so if you weren't here this morning, you should go back and watch when this stream is done. We did an introduction with Confluence with Candy and Sin and I, and then it was supposed to be Sebastian Yu and the design guide, but it ended up being me talking about mechanics. So you can go hang out and you can go check that out. Then we had an interview with Dan Muñoz from Alchemy RPG, which was awesome. He really walked through all of the pieces of alchemy, and it was super, super duper fun. And yeah, and now we're here. So next up, we have a half an hour interview with Kayla Dice of Ratwave Gamehouse over in the UK. She makes a game called Transgender Deathmatch and is currently has the second one out, so you can go help. She is funded now as of today, which is super cool. But there's a bunch of stuff that can happen if we get to some of her stretch goals, including a guest writer from J Dragon, guest writing from J Dragon over there as well, who is a guest writer on our project as well. So highly recommend going and backing that project if you have the cash. I'm gonna drop that link to Transgender Deathmatch 2. And what else we have on the docket today? Just a bunch of stuff. So much stuff. Um, I'm gonna do a 1 hour of why a 55K funding goal. Basically going through what does 55 get us, and if we can get beyond that, what does that do for our team? Um, the Other Worlds of Publishing Goblin will be hosted by Seven, who is the owner of Publishing Goblin. And we have an interview with the designers of Fatebound. We're going to be talking about Fatebound, the game. That's our cross collab. It's a tarot game about militarized witches going to school, and we're doing a crossover. We're doing a cross collab. If you buy both games, you will get a shared adventure called The Fates of Those Who Dream, which will bring our systems together and also highlight some material yet to be published. So, super fun. Um, Candy and Shabam will be doing pronunciation and the history of Motley Coast, and then we're all going to get together and hang out for the final hour, hanging out with the Confluence Crew. So that is the rest of the day. So much time. Well, we're almost 5 hours in now. So we will keep on chugging. If you have not heard about the campaign, please go and back it. We have a ton of stuff left. We have the physical bundle, which gives you all of the 6 books. We have the PDF bundle, which is all 6 books, but in PDF. We have the all-in bundle, which also gets you the focus card deck, the pins, and our postcards all together in the all-in bundle. And should we make it to some of our other physical stretch goals, you'll also get those physical stretch goals at a cheaper price later if you go in for the all-in bundle. If you're not in for the mechanics, or if you're already getting the mechanics so you've been a playtester or something, you can go for the lore bundle, which just gives you the Atlas and Sujatha's guide. And then we have some really fun ones. So we have the touched bundles, which are either just the touched Atlas bundle, which will come with all of the books, and then an Atlas, and then the all-in touched Atlas bundle, which is just the all-in bundle plus a touched Atlas. And one of us as a team will get your Atlas in the mail and we'll mess with it. We'll add a bunch of notes from characters. We'll add more focuses. We'll add more like current events and story hooks, and your book will be physically modified by one of us. Who's actually going to do the modifying? It's likely going to be who lives closest to you, especially if you're outside the United States. And then the get pulled into a jury bundles are you get to add a piece of ephemera to our atlas before we publish. So you get to be in the Atlas, if you don't have the cash to do any of those other things, or if you only want like the pins or the postcards to get some of that art, you can also just go with a Goblin's Thanks, and that one just gives us $5 uh, and allows you to get some of the add-ons. We also have a table set, which includes 2 copies of most of the books and a few copies of several of the zines. And if you're a retailer, get that retailer bundle that will set you up to be able to get as many copies as you want at the price we're selling it at here. Well, a cheaper price than the one we're selling at here, but at a special rate during our Kickstarter or during our backer kit. Holy shit. Okay. Anyway, that's all the stuff. Ponder, thank you so much for joining us today. It is lovely to have you. I cannot wait to watch your one shot. I have been looking forward to it ever since we
Oh,
set it up.
Yeah.
thank you.
It's unique
I
too,
appreciate
right?
you guys for
Because the
having
chat,
me.
it's unique too, right? Because the chat decides what happens. So that's also
Yep, yep.
a reason to actually like get in on it. Yeah.
Well then. Yeah, we'll oh my gosh. You'll be seeing us post about that on our social medias, likely resharing what Ponder has already shared, so you'll get all the deets on when and where that is going to happen. There. Sin, thank you so much for running this. This was a joy.
Always. Always.
Um, all right, y'all. We're gonna take a break. We'll be back with Kayla Dice from Ratwave Gamehouse in just a few minutes.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Hello, hello. We are back again. And this time with a brand new face. This is Kayla Dice from Rat Wave Game House. And she makes Transgender Deathmatch Legends and has just produced Transgender Deathmatch Legends 2, which is currently on BackerKit, running right now and funded today, but has a bunch of people lined up for guest writers if we can push that forward. So please, please, please go back it, and let's get like guest writers like Jay Dragon in here. Always love to see their work and stuff. So, Kayla, do you want to give us an introduction?
Yeah, so I'm Kayla Dice. I live in the UK. I am a game designer, and I often say my work focuses on themes of alienation and connection. I've made games like Transgender Deathmatch Legend 1, now the sequel. On Kickstarter funded Psycho Dungeon earlier this year, which was a fantasy workplace action drama played with no dice and no masters. And as well as that, like a lot of my work in general, I guess, or at least this work specifically, is informed by my experience in the past as a wrestler, as a stand-up comedian, as a teacher, and other aspects of my life. And I also currently do 2 podcasts. I do Game Soup, which is a improv game design podcast, and I run This Is Your Life Path, which is an interview podcast where I interview TTRPG creators and other guests about all of the things that have inspired and influenced them away from games. And yeah, so currently I'm raising funds for Transgender Deathmatch Legend 2 on BackerKit, which is a 2-player card-based beat 'em up, where you're playing like a downtrodden trans wrestler in the city of Slamchester, who across 7 different scenarios has things they need to accomplish where they're in a hostile environment, and the only thing they can trust is their own 2 fists, and then you play out violent street fights with a trick-taking mechanic to zoom in on like the blow-by-blow of a fight scene.
Yeah. So it's a 2-player game, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah. It's a 2-player game. There's some modes in like an appendix in the game which are like alternate ways you could play the game to expand like the player count if you wanted, but at its core it's designed as a 1 versus 1, or like 1 and 1 working together.
Absolutely. So you've made several other games besides this one. So what brought you to this game in particular?
So I made the original Transgender Deathmatch Legend 1 in 2022. It was a sort of interesting road to it where basically I wanted to try out. I made before that a 1-page game which was a fighting game, sort of inspired by like video game fighting games like Tekken and stuff, where you just sort of run a miniature tournament. That was also 2v2, and it used the same thing of like using a trick-taking game as a way of doing combat in an RPG. And then in 2022, I wanted to like be like, oh, what would that be if it was an actual adventure with more of a solid storyline rather than this sort of like, just short session scene of play with role playing. So that moved me into like the beat 'em up idea, and then yeah, I went with Transgender Deathmatch Legend because I guess I wanted to create something that felt like very unique in a storyline way. So doing a sort of beat 'em up that I guess drew some influence from like martial arts movies, certain kinds of wrestling, and beat 'em up video games was fun. With Transgender Deathmatch Legend 2, I wanted to then like 2 years on revisit that I wanted to revise the rules to make them stronger, which I think I've done by adding lots of different fighting styles. I wanted to expand how much of the game there was. So Transgender Deathmatch Legend, the original game, just had a single scenario. Here I've added multiple, like 7 different hex crawls, which cover like a real range of scenarios. Transgender Deathmatch Legend, the original scenario and the one that's done this game focuses on like trying to get back money from a promoter who screwed you out of your paycheck, whereas that's still there and down. There's like some other ones. Some of them are sort of even goofier. There's one that's really a big riff on the plot of the Warriors, but it's using wrestlers. But then some are still in the goofy reign in a sort of like hyper violent set, like unrealistic action movie logic, but they tackle sort of more serious subjects. You've got one where you're essentially doing the raid on a GIC to, stop them from sort of gatekeeping healthcare for different people. You've got situations where you're trying to make sure a wrestling show goes ahead in response to like anti-trans protesters. It's still, like I say, in like action movie wrestling logic, but yeah, a lot of like different stuff that I think just makes it a really heartfelt game. And then I've paired that with lots of personal essays that really explain a lot of like what was appealing to me about the concept, what I was trying to do with the game, what kind of stuff is sort of fun about it, but also quite like cathartic in a way often like violent wrestling can be. And then the book itself, I basically, because I'm a solo independent creator with how much resources to illustrate the book, I did a photo shoot with a friend of mine, and so it's illustrated with this violent staged photography, which looks really cool and really unique, but was really born out of like just zero budget limitations.
Well, I mean, I think that you've done a phenomenal job of working within a zero budget situation. Honestly, the backer kit looks really, really great. Um, yeah. So what is? Well, I think the next question is like, what is your favorite change that you've made from the first edition to the second edition?
I really love how I overhauled character creation. So when you play a card in Transgender Deathmatch Legend, you read a move oracle and it corresponds to like a move you're making. So you're like, oh, I'm playing the 7 of hearts. What I'm trying to do here is like elbow you in the face. Someone goes, that's too bad. I'm playing, the 10 of hearts. So you're going to go in for that elbow and I'm going to catch you in a choke. In Transgender Deathmatch Legend 1, it was like a single oracle for everyone. Whereas here, inspired by a game by a group called Running from Skeletons, which was called Untapped Talents, which was a game built off the rules of the original Transgender Deathmatch Legend. In the sequel, new edition, there's 4 fighting styles, so they each have their own individual moves and they each have their own individual effects. And that makes all of the characters a lot more unique. And then I sort of paired that with like overhauling the character creation questions a bit to like give you a very sort of like layered character, and explore like the element of like, you're a player playing a character who puts on a gimmick. So like there's sort of like layers of masks on there, and you're a trans person in an environment that is massively cis dominated, and because it's very sort of explicitly set in the UK, a very like transphobic and hostile country in general. And I think, yeah, just some new way I like tweaked character creation questions. I think like zero in on sort of some of like the themes and emotions the characters can explore.
Yeah, I think the UK had their own political upset in the last few years, and America seems to be we'll say, following suit in recent times, which I think means that games like this are even more important um, to be seen and to be making. And so I really appreciate it for that reason, to just be like, yes, this is what it is, and you are just going to have to deal with that. And if you don't like it, don't play it. I don't know what to tell you. um, I think one of the things that I really loved about the first edition was that it did bring voice to an experience that I hadn't seen in other games, that you could do in other games, right? Other games made space for being able to do that, but it wasn't explicitly like, this is what it is, though. And I think that's one of the things that I really enjoyed about the first edition, and what um, very much looks like is true about the second edition, which it just is. It is what it is, and that is the experience. And you don't have to make the game that way. The game is that way. So, um, yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to like think of how, because I don't want to like move this into a conversation about what it means to be making games like this, which have always been political in one way or another, but have become even more so in times when uh, the politics are more explicitly anti many identities, but certainly anti-trans. Um, so
Yeah, I wrote most of the scenarios and rules for Transgender Deathmatch Legend 2, I want to say in like November, January through to, yeah, February of earlier this year. And then there was a point where I rewrote various things, just did some different tweaks, revised my essays. But one thing I did when editing one of the scenarios was I edited in a challenge so you can like knock out in the game an analog of the current British Health Secretary.
okay.
It's just like, well, while I'm here.
Oh my gosh. Oh no, I love that though. That's phenomenal.
Yeah,
Um,
there's so much of me in the game, and I do think like a thing I really like about the art style is I do like that it really puts like trans bodies in the focus. I think that's why to some level, like I was quite upset by the fact that there was an insistence the project had to be labeled not safe for work.
I actually did not realize that happened.
Yeah.
Why? Okay, but why? Why does it what?
Yeah, the stated reason was like it was realistic depictions of violence, which I can accept, but when I asked for elaboration of like, well, what images might be okay if it's the cover that's a problem, are there other things that are more fine? And I was
Right.
told, oh, really, any depiction of violence or blood should get marked as not safe for work. And I'm like, should's a very interesting word there, because I think I can look through like 20 projects currently on BackerKit, find
Yeah.
depictions, like any depictions of blood and violence, and I bet I'm the only one that got labeled not safe for work.
Yeah.
And like, if the objection was photography, if it was like, oh, it's simulated photography, I'd get it. But like, yeah, I was frustrated by the decision, and it was also frustrating for feeling like I was punished for like having done something very unique, because I do wonder like how much did that come into it. But just the fact that like, oh, this doesn't look like anything else on BackerKit. That like, I don't know. It's a thing that I've found frustrating in this journey on this campaign so far.
Yeah. I'm honestly surprised about that one. That one is. I mean, I guess I'm thinking through the other campaigns of games that are that obviously include violence, right? But don't necessarily include violence in their depictions of those games. Like I'm thinking Call of Cthulhu, which is inherently horror, and like you're very, very likely to run into violence in that game. But I guess they don't have anything that's like, and now you're watching someone, like now here's this depiction of like what the insanity of Call of Cthulhu does to a person or something like that. But like still, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
It's a thing where, like, if there was sort of clearer rules, like, obviously in, like, film, rules around violence are actually, like, quite specific, and there's stuff like, you can get away with being, like, a PG with blood if it's nothing is showing where the blood came from. I think it's harder because the rules are just opaque, and it's like, oh, really, any violence should be getting it, and it's just probably not enforced in 90% of situations. I imagine photography played a part in it, but also
because
other
it's not
obvious things that
illustration.
you're wondering, did it play that part? Like, that's easy to come to mind.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. The photo shoot, I had the original page up before I did the photo shoot, but the photo shoot was with someone I met when I was training to be a wrestler. He's actually my ex-girlfriend. I joked in development. I was like, I'm doing serious game design work, texting my ex-girlfriend, hey, do you want to beat each other up in a parking lot?
But that's the lovely thing about TTRPGs and game design generally, right? Is that you're gonna have conversations about you just want to go punch each other in a parking lot.
Yeah. But I like definitely like a lot of the like how I've been like putting it together in a way that feels very like kinetic and DIY.
Absolutely. So what was the photo shoot like? Because these photos are great. So like did you do the photos? Like did you hire a photographer? Like what's the setup for that?
So yeah, I bought a tripod, and we had it on a timer, and then we did some together. So anything where it's like the two of us doing something, that's leveled with a tripod. If we're both in a shot doing moves on each other, there's occasional things where it's just one of us in a frame, and it was the other one taking photos there. Yeah, I went down to where she lives outside of London. I'd bought like fake blood. Most everything else was clothes we all already owned.
Sure.
But I made the mask. I bought the chain and I bought fake blood, and that was all tax deductible because it's for the job of game design. Yeah, and then it was also like a thing like because she's one of my closest friends. It was also like, oh, we're hanging out, and while we're here, let's do this. We talked about lots of different ideas, and then also talked about what was possible between us. Where we're like, well, we're doing this on this day. We both have like chronic pain and fatigue, so it's also
Sure.
like, what are we capable of? Then also things like, what light do we have? So we ended up doing it mostly in a parking lot. And yeah, it was mainly just we suggested different moves we knew from each other where I was like, oh yeah, do you know how to take the cravat still? And she was like, I've forgotten the cravat completely. And I was like, well, I think I know how to do a cravat still, so let's do that, set up in a camera. The great thing about like being on Blue Sky is also while advertising the gamification, I'm like, how much detail do I need to put into the alt text of describing my ex-girlfriend's uwu tramp stamp?
Yes. Perfect. Yes. That the experience of game design, everyone. Especially, I think, on the indie level, you're always working with your best friends and doing crazy shit. Yeah. I'm trying to imagine this parking lot fight now, and it's phenomenal. So you used to be, or still are, sorry, a
No,
wrestler.
no, yeah,
So
yeah.
what brought you to that, and what took you out of it?
So yeah, there's an in the introductory essay for Transgender Deathmatch Legend 2, which is available just on my website if you go to like blog.ratwave.uk, like covers my like whole history and journey with wrestling and how it informed the game. But basically, like, I was very into wrestling as a kid. I fell out of it. And then as an adult, I got back into it around, I guess, like 2018. It was a lot of like different circumstances, like all kind of like combining at once. And yeah, I was a wrestler for about like 2 years. And it was really cool. It was really fun to wrestle. It was fun to come up with characters. It was fun to fight people. But a combination of factors were why I left wrestling. I guess we've talked a bit about political situations, so I think like I can talk about this in a way that's also delicate enough that it doesn't feel like I'm just being a massive bummer on the stream. But like the pandemic hit, and then basically there was like a lot of abuse revealed within the British wrestling scene. And I think and still think to this day a lot of the response to that from within that scene was very disappointing. So that was like a big part that led to me being like very disillusioned with wrestling. And then around that time or later on from that time, I developed like fibromyalgia. So, you know, even though I say there's still this part of me that wonders like, oh, is there a smaller scene which like doesn't have as much problems that I could like sort of do a dipping toe into? But I don't really have like the physicality for that kind of stuff anymore. Outside of like the photo shoot was a lot of staged things, and then we took a lot of breaks and stuff. But yeah, I have a very complicated relationship with wrestling. I don't cleanly regard Transgender Deathmatch Legend 2 as a love letter to wrestling. Like in some cases it's also kind of, you know, divorce proceedings.
Well, I mean, in many ways, I think divorce proceedings are also love letters, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily all the things about. I mean, all the things about loving someone comes out in that. So
Yeah.
I actually, come to think of it, that does make a lot of sense, just in the way that the game plays. I couldn't tell you why. It just does.
I think there's something about this being a two-player game that your character is someone who is the only one you have. You do come across in the game like allies, people who are like your friends or are rooting for you or something, but like you might find a lot of people supporting you, but you're not going to find anyone who's able to help you, really. I think weirdly enough, sometimes I do think like Transgender Deathmatch Legend 2 is kind of in this ultra-violent, hyper-realized world. It's also in a lot of cases like a bit more optimistic than some parts of the real world. I think often it's like, you know, it's a game about being the consequences for a lot of people. Which I think that's where some of like my disillusionment with wrestling comes in. That's definitely where a lot of being trans living in the UK comes in. There is just like this tension between you, if you're the player acting as the face, and like the player who acts as the promoter, because they kind of like act as the world. They're also going to act as all of the good parts of the world as well, but like I think that tension in there is, I think it's part of what makes two-player games like just very, very unique. And I think this is a really good exploration of like what two-player games are capable of.
Absolutely agree. We're seeing a lot of like solo TTRPGs come out right now. And there was like this little like this little instance of like a lot of two-player games came out. I want to say like 5 or 6 years ago. There was this like, oh, two-player games exist. And there's a little bubble, and now we don't have as many anymore. But I do wish there were more of them because I do think it's an incredibly intimate experience to play a two-player game. And it, yeah, the couple of times that I have gotten to play two-player games, it's really like deepened my friendships with those people in a way that like it, with larger tables, there's like this, yes, like like you do find connection in those spaces. I'm not saying you don't.
Mm.
But there's something about two-player games that's like, yeah, we are in this together. When you find that immersion with just one other person, it's like, no, we are in this world that we are sharing this moment. I think in a way that is harder to get with larger parties. Anyway, we are at our end time already, which is crazy. I would really love to maybe do something like this again in a longer format, to hear more about the games that you make. But
That'd be awesome.
Transgender Deathmatch Legend 2 is running until when?
The 28th of November.
Okay.
And you can find the details and everything at the back of Git page, which I have a short link to, which is gender.ratwave.uk.
All
Or
right.
just search Transgender Deathmatch Legend and it will be the first thing coming up.
It is the only thing out there. It will definitely be the first thing up. Well, Kayla, thank you so much for coming on and doing this interview. This has been phenomenal. Are there any other projects besides obviously the back that's going on right now that you want to highlight? And where can people find and follow you?
Yeah. Sorry, just the first question was any other projects on Backagit that I want to
Or any other
highlight
projects
now.
that you're working on right now that you want people to look out
Oh,
for
that
in the
I'm
future?
working.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm working on some like early stuff for a science fiction noir game set on a space station.
Love.
Been doing a lot of reading for that. So that's really exciting. In terms of like other works, I have a huge back catalog. My most recent release, Psycho Dungeon, is out physically. If you want to find me, like my big website is ratwave.uk, and then from there, there's like a section of what social media I'm on. I deactivated my Twitter in the middle of this crowdfunding campaign, but I think that
Yes.
was the right decision mentally. So
Yeah.
I am off. I'm off there now, but I do have a Blue Sky. I'm in lots of different places and my ads are all different there. So yeah, go to my website, ratwave.uk. You can find there links to my itch, to my physical storefront, to not physical storefront, that's me mumbling words, to the like where I sell physical copies of my games. And yeah, there's a big link to all of my social media as well as my newsletter and loads of stuff. I'm all over the place in the best senses of the phrase.
All right, so this is the end of our interview with Kayla. Next up, I'm going to be doing my last segment. Thank God, until our our last hour with outro. But the next show is going to be me talking about why 55K, what does that do for us, and if we can get beyond that. What will it allow for the Confluence team? After that, we do have an interview with the Fatebound designers, and a look at pronunciation in the history of Motley Coast by Candy and Shabam. So stay tuned for those shows. I will see you in just a few minutes. We're going to take a quick break, and then I'll be back. See you all soon. Bye.
Bye.